All right, so now we're live. Say something just to make sure that I'm picking you up. Oh no, OBS is not picking you up. Hold on, let me. Let's see, Discord audio properties. Oh, that would be why. It's because it's a different Discord server. Okay, so. All right, now try saying something.
Hello, periodic peatlings.
Yes, there it is.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah. Um. What I was telling you before we went live was that, and I do this every once in a while. I will, because OBS. Um, so you have a OBS. You press start streaming, and then you press go live. Which it wasn't always like that either. Like for the longest time, I was fine using OBS, and then one day a recent update happened where like now there's this change to it, and I don't know why. Maybe like there's some kind of advantage to people who do podcasts to be able to start streaming but not quite go live yet, as opposed to just not doing either at the time. But I hadn't noticed that was what you were supposed to do, and at the time I was streaming the post-game content for Kingdom Hearts for the very first time. So I was playing all the super bosses, pretty much all of them. I was spending 2 hours on the Sephiroth boss fight, and I was having a grand old time getting my ass kicked, and then eventually kicking Sephiroth's ass. And then I realized after I had done
As
all
you
of
do.
them, after I had finished all of them, I realized, wait a minute, why isn't there anything on the YouTube Studio page? And it only took a little bit of investigating to realize, oh, none of this is live, because I even went to like the link, and I was so frustrated too, because that was 4 hours of I had a lot of fun doing the super bosses in Kingdom Hearts 1, and that was my first experience with those super bosses, and now I can never record my first experience with those bosses ever again. And I was so frustrated too, because I was streaming that whole time, but it never went live. So yeah, that's why I try not to use OBS a whole lot. But it looks like a couple people are starting to come in. We've got 4 different viewers, so uh,
Yeah,
might as
there's
well.
Billy Donuts already.
Yeah. So Ion, introduce yourself.
Uh, Hello, folks. I'm Ionios, or just Ion. I'm a buddy of Pete's that I pushed him to play Outer Worlds in the first place because I knew he'd enjoy it. It's a game that I think everybody should give a go. It's not for everybody, I suppose, but yeah.
And
I,
yeah, no, and it was a fantastic recommendation, I think, and just because I'd been looking for excuses to like stream and just do a little bit more on, and I'm glad that I get to do like these kinds of streams, because I don't do much gaming except when I'm live. I'm usually busy with just kind of like other stuff, and so it's a really good excuse to play some more games, knock some games off my list. But holy crap, this game in particular was it's I don't even know if any sort of like brief summary or can really do it any kind of justice. So and I know that when I had started it off, I didn't really think very much of it. It took me a while before it actually began to click with me just how amazing this game was, because I had taken a lot of hiatuses on it. My first couple hours on it, I streamed for you specifically. I didn't upload it to my channel yet at the time. It wasn't until much later that I streamed the rest of it on there. But I'm really glad that I gave it more of a chance, especially as I got closer and closer to the end. And hopefully we will get a chance to talk a little bit more about just how significant and important and just very well put together this game is. If you want to like say anything about it before we start talking about it, anything like just general. Well, you summarize your general opinion on it, and then we'll give like the obligatory spoiler warning.
I mean, like, yeah, it definitely starts out as this quaint little. It doesn't seem like much game but the more you
Mm,
the more you give it the go and try to forget or push aside um, the very video game, I have an objective, I need to go do the objective mindset,
mm,
you just let yourself live in a character and try to think in the way that you might think being that or in that situation might be.
yeah.
It's an amazing little experience. Honestly, life changing for a lot of people, and myself included. The the conclusions you sometimes draw with some of the realizations that the game has you go through are uh, they I know for a fact that they have drastically impacted uh, people's quality of life, anxieties and things with living.
Mm,
Sometimes for the worse, but a lot of the time for the better for a lot of people.
mm.
I mean, it is a very existential game
Oh yeah.
after all.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my opinion of it. Is just it is a very uh, it's a personal game for each person who plays it, but it's one that every person who has played it wants to share with others,
Mm.
and that's something I think is really profound.
Oh yeah, and the game itself is also very profound, just with a lot of the different kinds of like themes of death, dying, inevitability, but also still maintaining an almost optimistic kind of tone in spite of that, those very nihilistic sounding kind of themes, um, which is very unique about it, and especially the way that like it communicates those kinds of things are also very unique and generally interesting about that this game. Um, uh, Sorry, I got a message on Discord. Sorry, I didn't didn't mean to get distracted. Um, okay. But so before we get right into it, um, might as well get on with the spoiler warnings, because this is it to anyone who has any familiarity with this game. It's the kind of game that you can really only play once, or that you can really only experience once, and there's a multitude of like different kind of reasons for that. The most important of all is just the fact that a lot of this game's experience, like, because with a lot of other kinds of games, the big part about like the experience are the sort of challenges that the game presents to you, whether or not you would even describe them as challenges, but just the kinds of obstacles that create that add value to the interactive aspect of the video game. With this, a big chunk of the game's experience comes from how much you understand the world around you, how you understand how it works and such. Um, and once you understand how to navigate this world, and once you understand its deal, it is the kind of game that you can beat within 22 minutes. Um, Granted, you
It
can do a lot
is
of the other content besides just what you need to beat the game, um, but you will most likely not be encouraged. You may not like feel any incentive to do so, um, simply because you already know what it is that you are striving for, what you are playing for. That knowledge to uncover is knowledge that you already have, that you've already been spoiled on. um there are
it
puzzles in this
is
game. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just say it is by its very nature a narrative exploration and discovery game,
Mm,
which means yeah, the moment you have witnessed something or know something, that discovery, that moment of uh, peripetia, um, the realization. feeling is gone.
Mm,
Like if you see it through someone else's eyes, you don't get to experience it through your own.
mm. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, like it's very, yeah, pretty much. And we'll try to keep things as spoiler free as possible. We will go through things with as few spoilers as possible, depending on how much we cover just within the time that we're streaming. Um, we may intend to talk about some of the heavier spoiler stuff, but we'll see how far we get just over some of the lighter kinds of stuff. But so we will try to avoid things that may potentially drastically affect your experience if you ever decide to play this game. But we're not making any kinds of promises.
And
So
again, by its very nature,
yeah,
every word we say about it is a spoiler.
yeah.
So
Well, yeah, it's how much we say about it is the point that
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying.
I'm just foot stomping that that God's darn go play it, darn you.
Oh yeah. Oh shoot, why did our icons go away? Why did our icons go away? Hold on. Sorry. Um Oh god, no. Oh, what happened? Ah, Discord.
Wouldn't be a good stream with little scuff.
Yeah. I don't know if there's something that you want to start us off with. I'm gonna put on some video of playing through Timber Hearth, and we will basically just go through each of the different worlds, just sort of one after another. Talk about. I think we will. What I'd like to talk about is also just even from a mechanical point of view. Um, the design of this game, and we can of course like talk about some of the story stuff, obviously. Um, but
I'm
especially
wholly happy to do that because I actually have some really fun facts about the mechanical aspect of this game.
then yeah, then go. All right, so I've got some footage for Timber Hearth, and you just uh if you want to talk a little bit about like your, because I think that Timber Hearth is an absolutely incredible tutorial to start off with. um I think
Well, before, oh,
yeah,
go
go ahead.
ahead.
No, I'm just trying to fix the scuff right now, so if you want to.
No issues. Before we even get into the point of Timberhearth, I wanna shine some light on the fact that this entire world, the solar system that you play in for the game, is none of it's on rails. The
Oh yeah.
planets are not on rails. You, if you had enough time, um, could use your spacecraft to shove a planet out of orbit.
Hmm. Oh no,
Like
I've
think
seen it
about that.
too.
Yeah, think about that for a minute. Just the level of simulation put into what is an exploration game where you're intended to move around in it like that. That's pretty darn impressive. On top of the but all of the planets um are like any situation in which you go inside of a planet for any reason, cave, it's not a special area or nothing gets unloaded.
Mm.
It's all there.
Yeah.
Which means that when you go down to the center of a planet, you end up in zero gravity, which is the reason for the zero gravity cave, right?
Mm.
That's the on Timber Hearth where you first learn to pilot yourself as a an astronaut. Hello there, Billy.
Billy, welcome. Thank you for the donuts.
Um,
I think.
but yeah, where you first learn to pilot the the jetpack as an astronaut in the zero gravity cave is zero gravity because it's in the center of the planet, and
Mm.
that's
And
All things have gravity here.
in a way, it also doubles as a tutorial for the ship itself, since the controls, or at least the general controls, are kind of the same, just on a different scale. You know, you still have
Right.
orthogonal movements, up, down, left, right, forward, back, that kind of stuff. Like whether you are in your ship, the only difference is scale. Um,
Right.
and honestly, I think what's also cool about this tutorial area is how diegetic it is. And like I think that's also something that I like especially about tutorials, is when you are able to make them diegetic in a sense. Or at least when I guess when the game design itself is diegetic. When you are able to present information mechanically within sort of the context of the world in the game. And it all feels very natural and immersive in a sense. This is one of the reasons why I and a lot of other people like the tutorial for Kingdom Hearts 1, is because it's because like it's one thing for you to be like, hey, press this button to do this thing, press this button. And in fairness, Kingdom Hearts 1 also has like a bit of that. I think it's a lot cooler when you can have it presented in such a way that like the character in universe is being like, hey, you can try this, you can do this, you can experiment with things in this way. These kinds of
Choosing your
mechanics.
difficulty
Yeah.
is asking or answering strange questions from the tutorial dream, answering strange questions
Well,
from
and it's also
friends that you had.
yeah, and it's also the just Destiny Islands in general, where you have the race with Riku, and you get like a general handle on the admittedly janky platforming with a little kind of like
Incredibly janky.
obstacle course that you can like run through, and you have a race with. There's also the little mock combat sessions with your friends that each teach you different kinds of things to keep in mind when fighting enemies. Certain kinds of enemies have like different fighting styles and how to go about them, and the game lets you figure that out. It's not like, hey, these enemies do this, you should do this thing. It's like, no, here's an enemy that does this thing. There's a very obvious way that you can get around it. We're gonna let you figure that out. That's another thing, is the freedom to be able to go around in an area and just learn what is in the game just by going through this area. That, like, besides just how diegetic it is, I think is, marks an excellent example of a tutorial. And that's really what I love about this tutorial, especially, is because you wake up, you're at Timber Hearth or Timber Hearth. I don't know which one it is. I think it's Hearth. But I know some people.
Technically, the word is hearth, but it's phrased the way it is to remind you of Earth, right?
Yeah.
So either way, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're in the words of Adam from YMS, we're all gonna die. Uh, uh, so the so like you wake up and you can just go around, you can talk to all these different people, and you have like these different activities that essentially tell you how like all these different kinds of things you can learn. I envy people with brain cells. Don't say that, Billy. How do you make donuts if you don't have brain cells?
Well, but see, and that's the thing, right? Is the thing, yeah, one of the things I love about the way they did the tutorial is they don't disrespect their players.
Hmm.
You joke, Billy, about not having brain cells, but the fact is, jokes aside, you're a thinking, functioning individual. You can figure out how to how to move through a tutorial space in a video game. It is not that difficult. The only people who would need it have never really played a video game before. But then this game isn't really designed for those people, is it?
Hmm.
um, this is a game designed to have you think about things, and if you aren't really capable of thinking about things, well, it's not really for you. And they don't pretend like they need to hold your hand so that you can figure that out. They respect you as a person.
Yeah. Um,
I don't need to be told to pick up the hat. I can figure out how to pick up the frickin' hat.
yeah, and the fact that like you can have these little mini games to figure it out too. So I
Yeah.
believe when you first wake up, you walk down pretty much like the only way that you can walk. You eventually, go by the area with the remote control, the miniature probe thing that like is basically to show you how movement in space works. And it gives you like a little mini game where she's like, yeah, go land it on one of those little landing pads, or fly to the sun, get an achievement. Who
Or
cares?
don't.
Yeah,
If you don't want to do it, go on. It doesn't
exactly.
matter to me,
Yeah.
right?
No, of course. It's there if you want to, and like that's the best thing about a tutorial is that,
Yeah.
you don't even have to do it if you don't want to, which I think is one, I don't think it's the main reason, but it is one of the reasons why I prefer it over Kingdom Hearts' intro, or its tutorial, is the fact that you can just wake up, and if it's a completely new game, just beeline it for the observatory, get the codes, and get out. But it is cool that you have all this other stuff. You have, and like it's not even just the mini games either. A lot of them will also give you hints as to like maybe some places where you can go to. You have a couple of people who talk about the other astronauts. I think there's a fisherman who's talking about Gabbro, and also mentions some stuff about Giants Deep, some strange monsters with tentacles that are at the bottom of the ocean there. Which, I mean, strangely enough, you should probably, like, if you're playing the game for the first time, you would probably already have an interest in going to Giants Deep, since it is technically the first planet that you see front and center when your character wakes up.
Which
Uh,
is deliberate.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for multiple different reasons, because you also got to put the probe cannon front and center for delivering that kind of information as well. Um, it's
There's actually a lot of psychological, like subconscious work that they try to put into this,
mm,
of just like, let me point you in a direction, but you don't have to go there if you don't want to. If you got your mind really set on one thing, you can go do it. But I'm going to point you in a direction to start, or if you're struggling, you just gotta look around a bit to find it. You know,
mm,
stuff is one of the things that they did very, very deliberately was that they populated areas they wanted you to look at with a bunch of stuff to look at, and then anywhere that nothing mattered, they would leave deliberately, not necessarily barren, but uninteresting.
yeah. Oh, yeah. No,
You
and
know,
like,
timber hearth, right? We're actually seeing in your little playthrough
yeah.
the little scout shooting across over the planet,
There's a bunch of
and
just
it's
barren
it's
plains because there's.
barren plains, yeah. But you see points of interest like the geysers, or the teleport uh, pad, and it's all of a sudden, oh hey, I want to go check that out. That
Yeah.
looks interesting.
And it may even take some people a bit to realize that that is the case, because a lot of people have, preconceptions about these kinds of games and what to expect, just because of like their experience with other games that Outer Wilds also, thankfully subverts a lot. And that's another thing that I'd
Yeah.
like to talk about, is especially like in comparison to a lot of modern open world games, how much it does differently and how much it does, I think, better than a lot of those games, with the way that it presents its content. Um, because I saw a video about this a while back. Um, this idea that like big worlds in games have become in our minds just giant checklists in a sense. Not all open world games, but
But
like
the majority,
oh yeah, a
the
good
hyper
majority of
majority.
them, where the open worlds are just meant to be a big checklist for you to scour. um And in some cases, the fact that, like, because they are that way, um with so and, like, this is also sort of like, because you, in order to, like, give the player any semblance of hope to be able to, like, get all the stuff in the game and do all the things that they, because, like, you want your play, as a game designer, you want your players to be able to experience the full extent of their game if they are really willing to look for it. But, like, when you make your game so impossibly big with so much stuff in it, now you have to point them out. But now you can't be too precise about it either, because, like, then you'll have games where it's like, there's a thing in, like, this general area on the world map, but you still have to kind of, like, find that thing, or, like, do a kind of mini game, which, can sometimes be okay, but then sometimes, you spend so much time looking around in places that may be innocuous. And it is when you have, this kind of world design where it is very clear there is either something here or there isn't, changes the way that you look through it. And even if, like, a lot of people don't fully understand that, I think that they will understand that subconsciously, is what's so cool about the design of these different worlds. How it makes the barrenness of so many of the worlds, and then how much everything that isn't barren just kind of stands out in a sense. Granted, I didn't fully realize that until, I think, maybe even a little bit after I got into the DLC area, but that's just because I'm dumb.
Well, no, that's the thing, and I joked earlier about the game being not for somebody who isn't willing to uh, what was it, change, basically, who needs their hand held through all of a tutorial.
Mm,
Uh, but the reality of the fact is, like, those things are there to find if you go looking, and that's not really a. There's nothing wrong with playing in a way in which, hey, I want to go search out and find every last little secret, even if it means trudging through miles of open field with nothing in it. You know,
yeah.
uh, do you think that the need to convey messages might hold back the potential of storytelling? Uh, I think messages have their place, right? Some of our base and most original, long-lasting stories, that being like fairy tales for kids, have messages, have reason behind them. But when that is all that you have to offer, like, there is no story besides the message. That's when things become uh, reductive.
I also think that I'm not even necessarily sure if I would describe it as holding it back, because in some cases, depending on, like, what you mean by messages, conveying the message is a part of storytelling. And
Yeah.
so it kind of feels a little bit, I mean, unless I'm misunderstanding you, Laze Dreammore, I think it sounds a little bit like an oxymoron, because it sounds like what you're saying is, to
Redundant.
well, yeah, like, does the idea of telling a story hold back the potential of storytelling, when, like, because the messages that you convey is a part of storytelling, unless I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, so feel free to elaborate a little bit. Because in some ways, like, when you are trying to tell a message, especially one that, like, works well in the kind of, world, um with the kinds of characters and the kind of events that you are communicating, can uh improve the story that you're telling, and, like, not only, and that, if anything, excluding it would hold it back. You know? Like, I don't know what Outer Wilds would be like if all the themes of death and inevitability were completely removed from this game. I don't even
It
know what
wouldn't.
that would look
It
like.
would not. It would not function as a story.
Yeah, it would.
Because that is the entire, like, again, this is a narrative game, right? So if the story is just go be an archaeologist but space, uh, with no payoff at the end, what did you get out of that experience?
Mm,
You just played a clicker game, to basically an equivalent of, you did the thing, number go up, I made it, now what?
yeah.
Game done.
Well, that's also like an advantage.
And
That's
there's value
you
in
go.
that, but the story is there to give you a deeper a deeper relationship with this media, right?
Mm,
And that's a message is in it. Go ahead,
yeah.
sorry.
No. That's yeah. I agree. Um, fuck. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So the fact that like learning more about the story and like exploring more in the world is a part of like exploring it itself, I think is also a big advantage that this game has over a lot of other open world games, is that there's a lot more to engage with through exploring rather than just, all right, I found Korok seed number 175.
Which there is a joke in the DLC for this,
Oh
by the
yeah,
way.
there's a reference to the Korok seeds in this game, and you guys should play, specifically in the DLC. So you guys should play it and find out for yourselves. Um, but you know, and in fairness, like in fact, like there's even some games. It's part of like that whole diegetic world design in a sense. Is that a lot of times there are places and locations that aren't just meant to like, here is journal entry X36 that pertains to this information. I mean, it has this information that is important to the plot, but there's also like some other stuff. So like for instance, when you come across like, I remember you were pointing out to me when I was playing in Brittle Hollow a while back. You were pointing out, hey, this is a school, this is a classroom. And it stood out to me like a lot more when you pointed out, like it seemed kind of obvious in the sense. And then after you pointed it out, I noticed like some other, things, like how the handwriting of the children nomai were like much thicker and much like almost like they were a um much more scribbly. What's like the word I'm looking for? Like their handwriting was
Childish.
bad.
I mean, yeah, it's bad handwriting. They
Yeah,
they have to write bigger because they're not as skilled uh and
yeah,
used to writing as the adults are.
yeah. It was, and it's like each of the different places in this world kind of like has a purpose, and it tells a story, even if it's not like explicitly telling you a story. And I like that because it asks you to engage in it a lot more than just um and not to knock Metroidvanias, because sometimes a game can just be, all right, I got the next weapon upgrade, because that's cool. When you get like another weapon upgrade, but like it's also cool when like the exploration is just, it's giving you more information about the world. It's part of the reason why a lot of people like Dark Souls world design, is that there will be deliberate placement of like certain um, corpses as like part of the locale, not even like NPCs, but just like things that are placed here and there as part of like storytelling in the world. And the fact that there are challenges in this game to have to uncover that is also really cool in and of itself. um and I think since we've pretty much covered like just the tutorial stuff, I think we can probably move on to the next planet on our list. Well, I mean, so Timber Hearth. After you leave Timber Hearth, there's
The first time.
yeah, there's obviously more stuff that you can explore. And in fair,
Because yeah, the
yeah, go ahead.
I just want to throw out there that the section of Timber Hearth you experience at the start
Mm,
is only a small section of Timber Hearth, and there's a lot more that's going on Timber Hearth. But until you, it's the one the one collectible in this game is the launch codes,
Mm.
and you cannot leave the tutorial region until you get the launch codes, and that's really only to get you familiar with how to get things going. Besides
Yeah.
that, it's free range.
Well, that, and also to ensure that you walk past the Nomai statue, since the only way to get the launch
True.
codes is to go through the front door of the observatory, which is also the only exit to the observatory, and the entrance
But
of the observatory is
you
also
should
where the
not mention
statue.
why that statue is important.
Well, like when you play the game, you know that like it's related to what's going to happen later, but we don't have to tell them what. I mean, isn't it kind of obvious like what it does?
After the first go, for some people, yes. For some people, no.
Hmm. Okay.
Like they know. I mean, I don't suppose it's a spoiler to say this is a time loop game.
Yeah.
Everybody has told me it's not a spoiler, even though the time loop mechanism I feel like ought to be. Looking at you, Billy.
If it's any consolation, we only have four viewers here anyway, so I don't anyone who we would be spoiling, I don't think like we wouldn't be.
Yeah, no, I'm just teasing.
Ruining a whole lot of people's experience. And we've warned them. We've given them I've even have like
we have.
I have in fact let me put up in a little bit I have a little spoiler warning little sign right there that I figured I would put up once we get into like some of the other much bigger kinds of stuff. I figured I wouldn't put it up when we were just talking about the tutorial area.
Fair enough. No, I was just saying because like there are certain elements that are those big ticket, or this might be me projecting, but there are certain elements that are those big ticket realization clues or puzzle pieces, however you want to refer to them. To me, that was kind of one of them, but it was just like it is your first big puzzle piece of there's something hinky going on here.
Yeah. And I mean, in fairness, like we were saying, Giant's Deep is one of the first places that the player will be enticed to go to, and that's the place where you will learn about the statues, more or less. So I wouldn't describe it as a...
And that is actually that's not even a spoiler, because that's that fact is pretty much given to you by the fisherman, whose name I can't recall. The fisherman Harthian at the start.
Yeah, I forget what his name is. I think I had him on the video. I could probably rewind and see what his name was if I can find him. I think I saw him right after here he is.
Spinel.
Sorry, what? Oh,
Spinel.
Spinel. Okay.
Actually, fun fact about
Spinel.
all of the Harthians, they're all named after rocks.
That's great.
But I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize.
Sorry, I should have clarified. I don't see theme and message as the same. I see the latter more as an intended evaluation, and the former as some truth, like the limit of tolerance.
So how would you? So what would you define? Just so that we're like clear, what would you define then as message? I guess the latter is theme and message. The latter is more of an intended evaluation. I guess if you want to expand a little bit on what you mean by intended evaluation. So, like, just some point that the writer intended to get across to the audience, or that they intended to, like, explore and interrogate.
I do think that's what they're going for.
Because, again, I would...
Do you have a something that somebody's going to get out of, or something that you're hoping someone is going to get out of it, or are we talking as the message as opposed to the theme being an idea of uh, existentialistness? I guess, or space. To me, a theme is, well, space, game, uh, or narrative. Like I said earlier, narrative exploration, narrative discovery. But I do feel like a message is worth adding. Like let's go with an example of the famous the more famous and classic stories, right?
Mm.
Name one of the name a classic story that that is known pretty much globally that doesn't have a message in it.
Mm.
You know, Dune, the original, not the silly recent remake. Dune was not just a message uh, on environmentalism, right?
Mm.
Though there was elements of that, but it was also a message on culturalism and the idea of how you deal with, or how you deal reasonably with another culture, because there were elements of Middle Eastern uh, political nature in there,
Mm.
um, as well as colonialism and all sorts of other things. Those messages weren't the core focus, though the later books did get pretty preachy.
Mm.
Um, the messages there weren't the core focus. It was, let me tell you a story.
Mm.
That story is going to make you think and is going to make you feel, and you're going to get something out of it on several levels.
Mm.
As opposed to, I agree, there's a frustration in me with a lot of the more recent, especially like the more recent Hollywood
You
stuff
mean like
of,
how?
here's a message, I'm going to shove it down your throat till you're tired of hearing it.
Yeah, yeah. It kind of feels a little bit like how, um, certain people are like upset at how certain politics are presented, and for like a lot of people it's not even just like the presence of politics. For some people it is, but for a lot of people it's how you're presenting it, which just kind of like on that matter is also just sort of like a completely, I don't mean to like go too off topic, um is that because in a way, yeah, all stories like have something like that, in it, that is some kind of message that it is, trying to. I struggle to think of like any kind of, and it's for the same reason why you have a lot of people who say that all media is like political, when really they're just using the wrong word. I would say that like all stories have a message to it, no matter how simple, and messages can themselves, if you are willing to look at them at like a specific angle, can be related to a political topic of some kind, but that does not mean that it's necessarily like political. Um,
Yeah.
it is.
I,
Yeah, go ahead.
I kind of look at it as food, right? A good story is, uh, a 3, 4, 5 star restaurant meal, right?
Mm,
It's got, a bunch of different foods. It's got variety, and you're going to not just enjoy it, but have a nutritional return on it. Whereas, you know, uh, the message is kind of your broccoli in the meal.
yeah.
um, Nobody really likes to eat the broccoli by itself.
Mm.
I mean, there are some people, but
Yeah. Well, they're weird.
most people want other things with that meal.
Yeah. It's not even.
You can also have cases where it's just candy, just like just self-insert power fantasy.
Yeah.
which is great. Candy's good every once in a while, but too much it will give you cavities and a sick stomach.
Yeah,
So a good meal needs to have elements of all of those things
yeah,
for you to be fulfilled and get your nutrition.
yeah. Like for Father's Day, a little while ago. By the way, hi Dad. I know you're watching. Um, I know you like to lurk, but I know you're there. Anyways, but something so I made lamb chops for us for dinner. It's like uh so what I did was I marinated them in this sort of cocktail, olive oil, minced garlic, and fresh oregano. I think I also put some salt and pepper in there. And
Don't make me too hungry.
so well, you know what? That makes both of us because I didn't eat a whole lot. I just have an energy drink and I took a nap a little bit before this. Um, so that's all I'm running on. But anyways, the point is, we both really liked the lamb chops. The marination, the added a lot of flavor to the lamb chops. But like I wouldn't have either one of them without the other. If I just had some lamb chops, just these flavorless lamb chops, it'd be okay, I guess. If I were like eating just like a cup of the sauce that I marinated them in, I'm not sure I would be too thrilled about that either. It's when you have like a good mixture of both of them. And
Yeah.
good. I wanted to address what Laze Dremor had said. Feels like focus on messages can lead to people critiquing the ideas rather than the presentation of them. And yes, that is also a thing that I think that's also part of the reason why it can feel very obnoxious when those ideas are presented in your face, like you were saying, Ion, with a lot of modern media, as opposed to just focusing on telling an investing story that also just happens to have those kinds of ideas in them. Um,
Yeah.
it can, and yes, like even just in the general like critiquing process, a lot of times people will want to ignore how those ideas are presented and just oh, these ideas are in there. Because I mean, if Outer Wild, like the fact that Outer Wilds is
To get back on topic.
yeah, the fact that it's an optimistic game about nihilism, as I
Yeah.
believe you have described it, like you can make an optimistic game about nihilism, but like there are also wrong ways that you can communicate that optimism and nihilism, especially since those are so seemingly contradictory feelings and themes to evoke from a story. That I imagine that there are a lot of ways that you can do that very wrong. Outer Wilds does not do it wrong in any sense. In fact, it gets it incredibly right, and I'm glad for that. Um, and hopefully we will touch on that a little bit without spoiling too much.
Yeah.
But
And to be fair, I'm not plugging anybody here, but I cannot claim to have come up with that statement, that phrase. I did lift the phrase that the game is an optimistic game about nihilism
mm,
from an old YouTuber I used to watch called Official Nerd Cubed.
gotcha. Well, I'm
Uh,
looking through like some Outer Wild videos. If you wanna drop a link to him, or what did you say his name was again?
Official Nerd Cubed.
Official. Oh, Nerd Cubed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I haven't. I don't. I've not actually seen a whole lot of his. Okay, I didn't know he did a video on Outer Wilds. Um.
Oh yeah. I used to be, and still am, a pretty big fan of him. But
Oh wow,
yeah,
10 years ago. No,
yeah.
I. It,
this game, this game has a bit of age on it.
I mean, the fact that it like still holds up, I think, is amazing. In and of
Oh yeah,
itself. But so I think that's probably a good place to get into like the rest of the game since
yeah.
is
You
you
want to
because
move
after
on
you
to the
play a
next
little
planet?
bit, after go to some of the other locations, and this is one of the great reasons to anyone who plays Outer Wilds who hasn't that's listening to this. Um, Once you do get
Go
your
do it.
ship, you are free to like explore wherever it is that you want. I think that there are some places that are better to start off than others, but like you are free to go wherever. I think that there's some value to still like explore a lot more of Timber Hearth before going to the other planets. I say that even though I went directly to Giants Deep afterwards. Other things that you can like, but there are other things that you can figure out. Places that will give you some hints to happen later. The dark bramble seed that I'm showing on screen. Excuse me. There's a spot on the moon that you can use your signal scope to get a really good view of a lot of the different kinds of planets, and maybe even get an achievement from that. But after a little while, you will eventually notice something in particular, that the sun has exploded, and then after it envelops you, you are teleported back in time to when you woke up, looking up at that night sky with no explanation, no nothing. And it's a part of what I love about how this game presents the mystery behind so much kind of stuff, is that it really encourages you to figure this stuff out and to like look into things yourself as part of like that exploration aspect. The exploration in this feels so much more valuable and wondrous in a way. The fact that the your sense of curiosity, it is, you want to find out about it. It's a lot more akin to a natural desire for exploration, because
It's your sense of curiosity is your driving force.
In real life,
it is what brings you to want to look for more.
Yeah, exactly. In real life, exploration comes from like a sense of like wanting to understand the things around you that you want to explore and find out more about. Whereas like an exploration in a lot of open world games, can have that to a degree, but it's more again, it is presented more as like a checklist kind of thing. You want to get like these kinds of things, you want to get like these upgrades, and in certain kind of contexts that can be fine, but there is a greater sense of wonder to exploring an open world, to want to find out more about the mysteries about it. What is this giant seed that came from this dark brambly place, and how is there like an entire a gigantic room inside this tiny little seed that seems to have weird non-Euclidean design? What is it about the time travel stuff that I'm currently experiencing? Why did the sun explode? Is that related to the time travel somehow? And then that's not even like touching on, you have 4 whole planets to explore and more, as you'll see like later. Bunch of stuff that you can go and find out what's what. And that it's a feeling unlike a lot of other kinds of games, because even in games that are like specifically about exploring to find what's out there, like even in what No Man's Sky, is that there's still like, because of like the procedurally generated nature of it, there is still a limitation to how much you can explore. Because after a while, even when you haven't seen everything that there is, you eventually be like, oh, this is that thing planet, this is the other thing planet, this is and like I'm sure I will find some other X planet that has the X thing on it, whatever X is.
Can I actually ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because Dreamer over there had made a comment, and I'm curious, now that you've played through it, because you had a level of anxiety that was a bit off the roof.
Part of it was also because of some of the knowledge that I had going into it as well.
Right. I had pretty much none of that personally, but I'm not generally an anxious person. Um, how do you feel in regards to the idea that it's anxiety inducing or that it brings anybody anxiety? Because I realize some of the subjects that it covers will hit a lot of hot button stressor topics.
Yeah.
That's like we said, the existential nihilism, but optimism in the face of it, um, is an intimidating idea.
Yeah. No, and
A lot of people struggle with the idea of
death.
the inevitable oncoming of death. And the fact is, I mean, yeah, it's going to happen. But how do you feel about?
I think um
Yeah,
it's funny because I have this kind of mindset about anything that like makes me anxious. I say this even though like this is going to be completely counter to like how I played the game where I was still kind of like avoiding a lot of the things that, Dark Bramble, the DLC area, um because of what I knew, but also ironically because of what I did not know. Like I knew what was there. I did not know how, what was there worked. This is especially true for like the Alks in I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't have said that. Why did I say that?
yeah, yeah.
But the guys in the DLC area, um, uh, and so the analogy that I like to use for things, and it's not always true for like everything, obviously, but I use like a pool analogy. So I I used to do like a lot of swimming when I was a kid. We would go. I lived with in this neighborhood with a bunch of friends who had they were like in a rich kid neighborhood. They had pools, or like sometimes there would be like a pool. Depending on where I lived at the time, we did a lot of moving when I was much younger. There would even be like just a local pool that we would go to, and I just loved swimming. But obviously, like for outdoor pools, depending on the time of year, it would be really cold, but I still wanted to do it. But like there was still that feeling of like, but once I get in, I'm gonna be freezing cold, and it took me to like kind of rationalize it as like, I just have to take the leap, and let gravity kind of do the rest, and like all it's that leap. I don't need to do anything else after that, and then once I'm in, whatever happens happens, but I know that I will have fun later. And again, that's not true for everything, so I hesitate to use that analogy with Outer Wilds, but I have come to realize that a lot of the stuff about Outer Wilds, even the things that I thought would make me anxious, were not nearly as like for as much as I thought that I was gonna be dying left and right, um, in the Dark Bramble. Um, I think it has only ever really happened, um, maybe twice in my whole
Yeah, you
playthrough.
didn't die very often in
Yeah,
there.
yeah, unless it was specifically to the the loop starting over again. Um,
Yeah.
I think part of that was also just because I was cautious about it. And again, I can't really, it's hard for me to say that, that this is the kind of game. Here's the thing. This is not, this isn't, I've also played Soma. I have played Amnesia. I've played, which I consider two of the scariest horror games, or at least most effective, I guess I should say, at horror, kinds of horror games that I've ever seen. I've played a little bit of Dead Space. I've not finished it, but I have. This game is nowhere near as like anxiety inducing as like any kind of horror game that I have ever seen. Even like horror games that aren't that scary. This game is not that like granted, that's not to say that it won't, but I think it takes that leap to kind of realize what's under the surface. That like, you know, once you, and again, I say that one like it took me a while before I realized that about the DLC area. Um, I cannot speak for everyone because again, anxiety is a subjective emotion. Everyone's gonna have something different. But I feel like in a way, this game can also help you. It's possible that this game can also maybe help you
Yes.
deal with like anxiety, especially if it is anxiety about things like death or inevitability. Um, it's just it takes that leap first, and then, like there's a lot more to enjoy about it besides that kind of stuff. The sheer wonder and awe of like having an entire solar system at your beck and call to be able to explore over and over, and the fact that everything in it is reachable within 22 minutes, not even in some cases, in many cases not even.
I don't think there's a single thing that will take you 22 minutes.
Yeah,
Probably 5, but the intention is you have enough time to get there
yeah.
and look around and get bored.
With the sole exception of like things where you have to wait for specific time periods, because I know that that one area in the I'm using vague terminology not to give it
Yeah.
away, but that one area in um Brittle Hollow where you specifically have to wait until you are seconds away, maybe like a minute or two away from the loop
That's
happening.
actually not true.
Well, I
It
mean, yeah, if
is
you want to feldspar it, I suppose, unless there's some other way to
no,
get there that I'm not aware of. Oh, really?
no. The puzzle you're referring to is just luck. Because sometimes it drops a whole lot faster, and other times it happens
Really?
at the end. Yep.
Huh.
Sometimes it doesn't drop at all.
Okay. Well, I, mean, I guess in fairness, I guess I've only really been there twice. One of them was off screen, but then the other one was
Should
while I
be.
was streaming. I want to say both of them because I remember when I got there, I heard the music. I was like, "Oh shit, the loop's about to start again." Let me just I wasn't even trying to read. I just wanted to get it in the logs so that I didn't have to go through all that again. And I remember that happened again when I went back there, just kind of like exploring the area. Just kind of, I was going through each of the different planets actually to refresh my memory specifically for this stream, and that same thing happened to me again. Um, but I did not know that it was just luck.
Well,
Interesting.
like when I mentioned that the entire game is effectively a solar simulation,
Mm.
um, the Hollow's lantern, the volcanic moon
Yeah.
that orbits Brittle Hollow,
Yeah. It shoots out asteroids. And
fires off
that's
those balls of lava, or lava, magma. I think it's magma.
potato.
It
Potato.
doesn't matter. Um, those things randomly hit Brittle Hollow,
Mm.
and every time they hit, they do a percentage set of damage to the sections of planet that they hit,
Yeah.
which means and they're not on a set timer or anything like that. They will randomly fire, which means every new what do you call it?
Loop.
Every new loop is a random set of damage on Brittle Hollow.
Huh. I did not know that. Interesting.
Generally, by that point, but by the point that the 22 minutes are up, Brittle Hollow is dead and gone for the most part.
Yeah.
Uh, I have had cases where Brittle Hollow is basically just the north and south poles,
Mm. But I
which
guess
are pretty
yeah.
much the only things that can't go off.
But I guess to go back to Laze Dremor's comment about anxiety, I think even then, I would really only consider two locations in the entire game as anxiety inducing, and even then, only in one of those two locations, only half of, or not even half, maybe, well, maybe half, I guess you could consider it. I'm talking about the DLC area, is actually, anxiety inducing, assuming that you go in there without knowing what's there. I'm yelling at myself, in case you can't tell. Um, but yeah, and again, every other place besides those two locations doesn't even have enemies. It is just you and the vacuum of space and whatever obstacles there be. Um, and like that's not to say that you can't die, because obviously you can. It's not just enemies that can kill you, but I think it's in a way, I think something else that may also potentially induce anxiety, I suppose, is sort of the environment. Because, and goddamn, the Outer Wilds does such a good job with the tone of so many of its different environments, the music, and just the general feel of so many locations. Especially with like quantum anything, where because one of the things that you encounter in the tutorial area is the concept of like quantum objects, which are basically objects that exist within several different places at once, and at the same time only one of those places. In the sense that, like, when you observe it, it is in one location, but when you are not observing it, it can actually appear in any number of locations where it is not being observed. And it can be weird when, like, a quantum object, suddenly teleports behind you. I think the only time when I think it really spooked me, not to say that, like, I didn't have, like, some thoughts about it, but I think the one time it really spooked me was sometime on Ember Twin, when one of the skeletons of the Nomai, and it was
I remember that now.
and it was standing up too, which I think I think that caught me off guard the most. Was just, what the hell, aren't you supposed to be on the ground?
Well, it's based off of a real scientific phenomenon called quantum superposition.
Yeah, I think I think the real thing is
There's
a little bit different from that, but like so is all the science.
not actually by much.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, the real science actually applies how to put this. It applies on a macro scale, not just a micro scale, but the way we observe it is it's affected by mass, right?
Mm.
Like that old, I don't know if you've ever heard this statement, but there's enough space in between the molecules and atoms that make up your own body, as well as enough space with any other object in the world.
Yeah, because there's a lot of empty space just in between
Right.
a lot.
That in theory you could place your hand on something and push your hand all the way through it without doing damage to either object.
Mm.
The limitation is just the fact that there is such an astronomically small chance of those things lining up perfectly, and you having enough force to bypass the forces that keep those things directly in contact with one another. You never actually touch anything, as I'm sure anybody who's watched a Vsauce video can attest to. But quantum superposition is basically the idea that certain subatomic particles are in multiple places at once until you use something else, and that's not the silly stare at it and it will decide a location. That is basically you bounce a photon of light off of it.
Yeah, and the double slit experiment. Is that what you're talking about, or
that is related? Yeah. This I could go in an actual like scientific spiel on this, but to boil it down, the reason why quantum superposition is the thing that it is because to tell where something is, we have to bounce a photon off of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But when we do that, we change its speed, so it moves.
So, that's interesting.
And if we use something to measure how fast it's going,
That's
we've
also
changed
going
its
to.
location.
Mm-hmm.
So every time we look, the Schrodinger's cat experiment, you put a cat in a box and until with poison and an electron gun,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a 50-50 chance that when you open the box, the cat will be alive or dead because of the electron gun hitting or missing the poison.
Interesting.
Uh,
Because I was always under the impression that that was a metaphor for the behavior. Like you said, it's probably partially true. I was always under the impression that that was a metaphor for uh, the double slit experiment, where you fire. I forget if it's an electron or a proton. I think it's an electron. You fire an electron.
electrons are easier. It doesn't particularly matter. They're both subatomic particles.
It doesn't particularly matter.
Ha! Yes. But that's the thing. That's what I'm saying is macro works too. You can do the same thing with basketballs and it'll still work.
Yeah. To further go into it, just in case like anyone who's not familiar with like the double slit experiment, and maybe so that you can correct me in case I'm have any misconceptions about it. And what I always thought the Schrodinger's cat was in reference to was the fact that the double slit experiment was like a way to show how subatomic particles behave. So by firing an electron through two slits, and just by seeing where they land, they see that an electron actually behaves like a wave. But then, which is weird because like it's a particle, so like why is it behaving like a wave? It should be behaving like a particle. But then once they actually try, viewing what the particle is doing, they're introducing photons into the experiment, and the presence of photons cause the electron to behave like a particle, making it physically impossible for us to actually see how it moves when photons aren't like just naturally when unaffected by photons, because photons fundamentally change it. And so that I always thought that's what the Schrodinger's cat was in reference to, was the cat is the electron, and its state is the way that the electron behaves, is that when you aren't viewing it, when the cat is in the box, it is dead. By all accounts, we can prove that it is dead, or that it is a wave. But once you view it, we see that it's alive because the act of introducing photons into the experiment causes it to change its behavior.
So there is how to put this. There is an impact that the whole Schrodinger's cat concept has on the double slit experiment. By the way, don't bring up the double slit experiment with any quantum physics major. They will give you an eye roll and probably shove you around.
I'm sure
they
were
are tired of hearing it. But basically the idea of that experiment was attempting to identify one or the other. Is it a particle? Is it a wave? And what they found out is that it is both. There is no, it is one, it is the other. It is both at the same time. As silly and stupid as that statement sounds. And that is part of the nature of subatomic particles like that, is that they are fluid in their in their
My headphones got disconnected. God damn it. Hold on. Sorry, give me just
no
a quick
problems.
second. God damn it. I hate these. I mean, I
Is
love this headset,
can
but
you still hear
I
me?
hate that this keeps happening. I feel like this is the second stream in a row that this happened. God damn it. All right.
It's a waving particle, yes, Billy.
Okay, sorry. I can hear you now.
No issues. So basically, uh, effectively, it proved that yes, when we stick a detector on either or one slit or both slits, we can tell when it's passing through or when it's not, at which we identify that it is a particle.
Mm.
And yes, that photon is likely interacting with the electron in some way. However, the fact of the matter is actually that it's not just a location thing, but a time thing. Because they have found that if they remove that detector within a certain time frame and fire the electron gun,
Mm.
that they still have it form as a particle.
Huh.
Basically, it will have detected it in the past or in the future, and that is reflected.
Quantum physics is crazy, man.
Yeah. No, like I said, I can get into a full spiel on this, and there's a reason it's a collegiate level course. But yeah, in fact, boiling things down, um, the and getting back on topic because we've strayed horribly.
Yeah, no.
The rocks that we're referring to are exhibiting quantum superposition on a macro scale, which, as far as we've been able to observe in real life, doesn't happen.
Mm. As far as we know.
As far as we're aware, it'd be really friggin' cool if we could manage that.
Yeah.
Get enough particles into a superposition, which actually, it's part of the intention behind supercomputers is trying to do that sort of thing.
Hmm.
Forcing, because we can force particles into superposition.
Huh. I didn't know that.
Yeah. We can't do a lot of them at once.
I figure.
But yeah, so it's an interesting phenomena, and yeah, we should probably move on.
Yeah. So
Sorry.
But yeah, so we were still talking about like the anxiety kind of thing. And again, the whole that's the thing though, is that like there are those kinds of things in this game. Is that there are things that I think, there's a certain tone, there's a certain environment that what's like the word, just a general kind of atmosphere that the game has that I think can inspire that kind of feeling in a person. But I think when you look at it even deeper, you will find that like it's not that. Here's what I will say. I think it just kind of depends on like how much of an anxious person you are. This game, it is nowhere near as anxiety inducing as like a horror game, even though that there are aspects of fear that are introduced in the DLC, and in one particular area in the main game.
And actually, the DLC is intended as a direct response to a lot of people's feelings regarding anxiety and fear.
Yeah.
As much as it has fear elements for a deliberate reason, not because they're trying to make it a jump scare game kind of thing.
But I think when you are able to make that leap into the pool, as the metaphor I was using, and you can just let the story in the game do its thing, if you can find it in yourself to be invested in what the game is getting across, I think you will find something really valuable that would outweigh any kind of anxiety that experience might be making you feel, if that makes any sense. And again, I think that would really only apply to a handful of locations, and not even like just 2 locations, 1.5 really, that have anything that I would really consider anxiety inducing, and it's just because of the enemies in those locations. There's so much else in this game for you to explore and get lost in, that I think by the time you do go through all that, it will drown out any kind of preconception that you have about those other areas, and eventually help you realize they're not actually that scary, that it's not a bad thing that there are these kinds of things in this game. It is not a bad thing that like the game can make you feel that kind of way, and in a lot of ways that also mirrors a lot of the themes of death and inevitability, in a sense, is that it is, I think that in a way it's weird. I love how we were just talking about quantum superpositioning. I think that because I think Outer Wilds is both an anxious game and a not anxious game at the same time. And I know it's very hard to describe in that kind of way, but it's really something that I think is worth experiencing, in spite of maybe how it may make you feel, because it will also make you feel a lot more than just anxious, and I feel those kinds of feelings are very valuable, especially just when exploring your own understanding of these kinds of things. But hopefully we will get into that a little bit more as we go along. So I figure, since we just finished...
I do want to say one thing real fast.
Yeah, go ahead.
You mentioned the enemies, and I think something to note is that there's not a single enemy in this game that you're going to have to fight.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a game intended for you to try to fight the bad guys.
Granted, I don't know if that would necessarily alleviate someone's anxiety, because that is also the point in a lot of horror games. Is that a lot of games...
Sure. But, well, no, but I mean, the enemies here are not here to jump scare you or to hurt you or to fight you.
Yeah.
They are there in the 2 rare locations that they exist in, one of which is a DLC. They are there for the express purpose of giving you a puzzle. It is an extremely easy thing once you get once you figure out the solution to those puzzles, to avoid them.
It's the same. It's the same as really any other obstacle in the game.
Yeah. Yes.
They are just there to provide a challenge. Provide a challenge in the form of something that will essentially restart your loop, the same as anything else.
As well as they represent something. And yes, Raichi, he did play this before.
Yes. Yeah. No. In fact,
this is us discussing. Yeah.
I'm playing my footage of me playing on stream, just as a little bit of background noise for you guys to enjoy while we're talking. Give you guys give the Zoomers, I think, are the people with ADHD. I mean, no, I'm not gonna say that, but like give the people with ADHD something to look at while they're also listening. Don't. I will make fun of all generations. I don't care who. I think I'm actually in Generation C. I forget what year that is, or maybe I'm a millennial. I don't remember. I don't keep track of that. Like I said, I make fun of everyone equally. All right, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I'm
Go
an old
ahead.
fart, so. uh, but and I hope you can't hear the lightning. My bad. The the fact of the matter is just that nothing here in this game is intended to scare you.
Mm.
Nothing here is, even in the DLC, nothing's actually intended to scare you.
I think it is
Nothing is
intended to
intended.
make you think that.
Yes.
Specifically so that when you actually interrogate it, you realize that, you know, whatever feelings you had about it were misplaced, which it specifically, and those feelings are not there, you know, accidentally. The tone of these different areas of where these things appear, you know, very clearly are meant to evoke these kinds of feelings from you.
Yeah.
Specifically so,
There's
when you overcome them, it feels that much more triumphant.
there's no difference between the enemy and uh the tornadoes on the screen, right?
Yeah.
Like they're all related. They're all the same kind of wall.
Yeah.
A sort of, Raichi.
Yeah, kinda. I mean, granted, like, these are all playthroughs that I already did, but I figured it's, since, you know, I could probably, like, condense all my thoughts about the game into one stream as opposed to, you know, you having to watch all, what, 10, 11 parts, I think, is the full, which you're welcome to do. I appreciate any, you know, views that my, uh, that my gaming streams get, but I feel like these periodic casts are a good way to be able to just get my thoughts across more specifically. Also, who's the other guy? The one you called
That'd
while
be
you
me.
cry at the end of the game? Yeah, no, this is Ionius, or sorry, I think I've been pronouncing your name wrong, but you said, because
It's accurate enough. You can call me Ion. I'm a friend of Pete's.
yeah, he was the one who recommended this game, which part of the reason why I now feel obligated to, you know, take recommendations from people who are recurring viewers, and also platinum tier members on my Patreon. Which, you know, feel free to go there, because I take not just stream requests, not just, you know, whether it's a video game to play or a topic to cover on Periodicast. I also will take video requests for people who are on there. But anyways, that's enough plugging my Patreon.
Shameless plug.
But I mean, I never talk about it anyways. I might as well.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we talked about Timber Hearth, and I feel like the next place, or at least the next place that I went to, I feel like is a very obvious place that most people would go to, is the first other planet that they see, well, really the first planet that they do see at all, is Giant Steep. It's the first thing that you see at every loop. It's the first thing you see when you wake up, when you start up the game. And depending on how quickly you get to your ship, it's also going to be the closest planet to Timber Hearth. Granted, on your first loop, you know, if you're going through all the tutorial stuff, it may not. It's probably going to be, you know, dealer's choice. But you may be slightly more inclined to go there, especially since one of the other guys mentions it. And I feel like it's a very good place to go to, because of the kinds of limitations. Oh, why did the icons go away? God damn it. God damn it. Why did it? But
it is a very good place to go through for a start while you're doing that.
yeah, well, I think part of it is also because, like, it's very limiting in a sense, because of since it's the biggest planet, it also has the highest gravity, which means that your thrusters are not going to be as useful as they would be in any other planet. So a lot of the different kind of obstacles and challenges that you encounter are ones that you have to overcome by the seat of your own wit. You can't really, like, you know, if you encounter ghost matter, it's not you can't really just fly over it. You actually have to you know, pull out your your picture thing to figure out where it is, and then go in the different kind of places where it's not. And then what I'm showing right now, um, uh,
I love watching you go through it right now.
the quantum the Temple of Quantum Knowledge, I believe is what it's called, and how
Yes.
yeah, the fact that like the gravity essentially forces you to have to engage with the kind of quantum puzzles that are in the game. Oh god damn it. I'm trying. If you want to talk a little bit about what, but
No issues. So I like that you brought up the heavy gravity because yeah, it's 2 times gravity. It's a water world.
oh yeah.
And for initial early players, it does give you a little bit more of a uh funny, right? It gives you a little bit more practice and more
There we go.
how to put it, more familiarization regarding how exactly you go about moving and interacting.
Mm.
Uh, the the activity of trying to fly around is a whole lot harder on this planet as opposed to any other planet, which means you feel like it's much easier the next go around
Mm.
when you go to any other planet.
There's even a puzzle on one of the islands that you can't, like, you could normally solve if you had access or full access to your jetpack, that um, you have to figure out another way to solve without it. Um, and I think that's it's cool because it shows you how to use a lot of your it forces you into like a situation. It's almost like an extension of the tutorial. It shows you, okay, we showed you the kind of utilities that you'll be using throughout your game on through the tutorial in Timberhearth. Now let's show you how these things are actually going to be executed in the field. But let's actually force you into certain situations where you will kind of have to do that, where you, especially your photography kind of utility, both with the ghost matter to be able to see it on the jellyfish island, and also in the quantum knowledge puzzle, where you will be required to use it for you to solve certain puzzles. And again, because it limits your ability to be able to just supersede these kinds of challenges, it's it forces you to actually like use these kinds of things to show you, let you kind of explore how to use these kinds of things on these planets in real puzzles in the game, kind of. And it takes that kind of limitation to be able to, and granted, like, you can go to any kind of planet first after you go to Timberhearth, but I think the fact that like so many places on Timberhearth kind of point towards this one, I think, is very deliberate, because of all these kinds of things, because it feels like the kind of world where you gain a lot more through this kind of limitation and being forced to use your other resources so that you can actually experience how you are supposed to use them for instances where you may not necessarily have to use them. Granted, I don't think that there's a lot of situations where there are more than one. I mean, granted, there are several quote-unquote puzzles with multiple solutions, but I think all the solutions outside of the one you're supposed to do are not going to be very the more feldspary than how you are supposed to actually. Yeah. I'm looking at you, Sun Station. um
I mean, I know. Yeah, fair enough. I was gonna say, I know you can land on it. I wasn't 100% on whether you could get inside of it, but
don't you need to go
no, you
inside
can
of it
probably
to
do
get
it.
don't you need to get inside of it in order
It'd
for you to
be
get the
rough.
achievement?
Uh, I don't think so. You just needed to be on the outside of it, if I remember right.
Well, that's what I had to
On
do.
foot.
I had to go inside of it
On foot.
because I remembered like freaking out, being like, "Wait a minute, I'm on the sun station. Why am I not getting the achievement?" I remembered googling
Oh
it.
wait, so you did
Oh
manage.
yeah, I
I did
did.
not realize.
Yeah, no, it was annoying as all hell, but I managed to do it. Um, yeah. For those of you who are wondering, there is a location that we probably made, depending on, we probably won't even really touch on, just to give you guys something to explore later. There is a station that is orbiting very, very close to the sun, and you get an achievement if you manage to land on it the traditional way. Or, well, yeah, not the I guess that's the untraditional way, but it would be the first thing that comes to mind for a lot of people. Um, and it's very difficult to do that when you have a station that is moving incredibly fast while orbiting around the sun, which also has an extremely strong gravitational pull that can either pull you into its fiery depths or hurl you into a completely different, like shot you into a completely other direction away from where you were trying to land. And it's very annoying, and that's why they have an achievement there, specifically to piss off achievement hunters like myself. Um, but going back to Giants Deep, what were some other notes that I had for this location? The this is also I think that also that because it has limitations on your mobility, it also requires that you kind of traverse it, through on its own merits in a sense. Like the area where the what is it, the docking station for uh, the probe cannon where they were building it. Um,
Oh yeah.
you have to walk along the very weird gravity kind of paths for you to be able to get there, which again I think that's also a great exploration of uh, because like um, they showed you on Timber Hearth that the little purple crystals that can be put jammed into a wall will change the gravity, but they didn't have like an actual Nomai structure. Those were clearly Hearthian uh, you know Hearthians just kind of like taking it and repurposing it for their own uses, whereas like the actual Nomai themselves have actual paths with the crystals kind of like built into it. And it maybe to someone who's a new player, it may not be abundantly obvious that you can walk on this path just because it's purple, and it may be even less obvious to them if they had the ability to use their jetpack to just traverse that area as opposed to walking on those paths. But once they are put in a situation where they don't have their jetpack in and they see this path that is on the side that like goes sideways, and they think back, oh wait, there was this other kind of time when I was able to walk sideways. They then realize, oh, it's not just these kinds of times when you see like these big purple crystals jutting out of the walls. It's also times when the actual floor is kind of purpley, as though to imply that it's embedded with that same kind of material. Um, Docking station, more like dockings station. Am I right? Yeah, got it. Yep. I don't. I'm not. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. It didn't land. I'm sorry, Raichi. I didn't get the joke. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to. But
The only thing I think of is Richard Dawkins, but that doesn't have a G at the end, so I'm not entirely sure myself.
I'm sorry. I know all too well.
Peter, I need you to explain the joke.
I know all too well
I don't do that
what it feels like to make
accent
a,
well.
a bad joke that doesn't land. So I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be like, yeah, but I can't force it. But the
But and well, the nice thing there is there's a lot of other subtle cues with most, if not all, of those references, right?
Mm.
the idea of these cases where the purple the purple floor is on the wall.
Mm.
Generally, there is some kind of curved ramp that leads and is unusual in relation to the rest of the space. So, where every other wall is a normal 90-degree angle,
Mm.
all of a sudden you run up on this next wall and uh, it's got purple, funny looking floor patterns that are also on the normal floor. Uh, and there is a slope that turns 90 degrees but is not the full 90. Those subtle cues that there is another way, that there is actually a place you can walk to,
Mm.
uh, are put in very deliberately in a lot of cases.
Mm.
Um, and yeah, the design of a whole lot of the Nomai stuff is, like I said previously, it's very very deliberately set up.
Mm.
They want you to explore these areas in a specific way, but they don't want to force you into a linear fashion, right?
Yeah.
Um, so absolutely, you can feldspar your way in, and I certainly did when I first played. There was one case. You remember the what do you call it? The Black Hole Forge.
Yeah. Yeah. That
I
place.
feldsparred my ship into an upside down location and shoved it up against there and succeeded in leaving my ship. That was definitely not the intended fashion, but I managed.
Mm.
Uh, do I regret it? Not really, but at the same time, it was very much not the intended way of getting there, and also did not really help me in the long run. Because there were other things I needed to know before that.
Mm.
And that's one of the things I really like about the way they designed the areas in the story is all of those designs mean that if even if you get to the area, half the time the special area you've discovered is the answer, but you still don't have the question.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of like places like that. The like the center of Giant's Deep is another example. Is also a good one. Just the fact that it won't be immediately obvious how exactly you get there, and all the more reason why um, having as few spoilers as possible can be valuable, because the whole reason why you're even going through these challenges, because like as you're watching right now, this temple of quantum knowledge that I'm going through, there's not even necessarily anything at the end of this. It's not like the journey itself is its own reward, because it is effectively a tutorial, one of two. Technically, there's three rules, but I believe only two of them have like these kind of like special mini games. Well, I wouldn't even necessarily call it. No, I think all three of them
No,
have like.
there are three.
Okay.
There are three. The third one, the one that you're, I think, forgetting, is not exactly a temple as much as it is just a teaching space.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
in fairness, like this is also a teaching space, because it is meant to
yeah,
teach you
no,
like how
they
this.
are all absolutely teaching
Yeah,
spaces.
how teaching you how this kind of stuff works, because you need to know this kind of stuff in order for you to be able to go to the places that the game wants you to go, for you to be able to beat it. And once you know these kinds of
Well,
things, you have no reason to necessarily even come here. Like once you know what the Temple of
actually,
Quantum Knowledge is trying to teach you, you won't have any reason to come here. And if you're spoiled on those kinds of things beforehand, you won't
And
necessarily.
actually, that's the thing, though, is when you and actually, we're about to see what the actual end of it is, and it is you just get dropped into a pool of water.
Yeah.
That is your prize for beating the Tower of
Yeah.
Quantum Knowledge.
The Outer Wild, the Nomai equivalent of getting of the coach getting dunked on with a bucket of Gatorade. You did it. You beat it.
But no, the
Now go take a shower. You got Giants deep on you.
no, Raichi, that'd be Einstein, not Hawking. Though, I mean, he did have his place in
Yeah.
physics.
Don't worry, Raichi. I am terrible at jokes as well. You embrace it. Embrace the cringe. Be one with it, and then it can never hurt you. I forget what that
But no,
quote.
that's
Oh, shoot. What was the? Oh, wait, no, it's a quote from a. Never mind. I shouldn't be quoting that. I was about to make a quote from Game of Thrones, and then I realized who I'm podcasting with.
I'm sorry. I wasn't a fan.
It's fine.
uh, but no, I wanted to touch on you made a comment about the Tower of Quantum Knowledge and it being necessary. It's not.
Yeah.
Nothing that you get out of the Tower of Quantum Knowledge is required for you to beat the game, technically.
Mm-hmm.
Uh I mean, it certainly helps, but uh none of it is vital. It's story. And as silly as it sounds personally, story is just as rewarding in this game as discovering the entry into a new space. Um, because yeah, you're driven by your curiosity, as Pete mentioned earlier. The uh, the concept of uh, I want to know what happened to the Nomai. I want to know why the sun is exploding. I want to know, uh, why I'm going back in time. I want to know what the heck this eye of the universe is. Those are all different questions with different answers that you get in different places. They're related after a fashion, but you don't actually need all of the answers to those things to beat the game.
Mm.
It's certainly helpful, and you get a lot more context as to what's going on and why. But it's not necessary, and personally, you're doing yourself a disservice if you're not asking those questions.
Yeah. No, and like it can even. I mean, in fairness, like it can even affect the actual ending itself, because to my understanding, if you never go to the quantum moon, then there is certain you're. I think you're gonna be missing out on like a really emotionally impactful aspect of the ending of the game, since I assume that one again, I won't go too much into it, that one element that you encounter on the quantum moon. I'm skirting around it because I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. I'm just trying to like communicate.
Yeah.
Will not be at the ending if you do not go to. Oh, speaking of the devil, there is the quantum moon. There it is. Goodbye. But I agree. I think I wouldn't necessarily say that I don't think that it's necessary to do the. Well, I mean, I would agree that it's not necessary to do those kinds of things. I think it is necessary to have the knowledge that those things are supposed to teach you. But like obviously, if you somehow figure them out without going to those places, then like yeah, in that sense, they're not necessary in that regard. Obviously, if you don't know how to beat the game, you're not going to. So you still need the knowledge of how quantum objects and just general quantum behavior in the game itself for you to be able to do all these different kinds of things. And even then, you may not necessarily even need that either, since a lot of that information, the rule of what is it? The rule of quantum imaging, the rule of quantum entanglement, and the rule of the sixth location, I think, are the three rules. Those are only needed to reach the quantum moon. But you can beat the game without going to the quantum moon. It does help, though, if you do that, I feel.
Yeah.
What the hell was I thinking here? Sorry, I'm just looking at myself trying to knock the satellite out of orbit.
Which has fun
Yeah.
consequences, if you remember.
Oh yeah, and I love it. It's part of the reason why this game is so diegetic. And I love diegetic game design. When you have things that like play, it's part of the reason why I actually had fun with Nier Automata. The fact that like your equipment and level ups were not just like, a menu of different abilities and stuff that you can equip. They were actual stuff that were a part of your UI. You could actually disable your health bar. You could disable your movement. You could literally disable like things that are necessary for you to play the game. You could disable your life, basically. Just a bunch of these different kinds of chips. The fact that like upgrades were actual physical chips in game. The fact that you also have your mini-map isn't just like, an arbitrary mini-map to be able to more effectively navigate the world. I think I'm about to knock this thing out of orbit, but the fact that it is actually, being provided on account of this little satellite here. The satellite isn't even necessarily for anything else in particular besides just adding a very diegetic explanation of, is that what the hell? Did I almost accidentally discover the
Oh yes,
DLC
yes,
location?
you did.
I guess. Oh wow, I don't think I ever noticed that the first time around.
Yeah, no, I did. I was holding my breath when you did that, and I was like,
I just.
"Is he gonna realize there's something funky going on?" No, he didn't.
I think
Okay,
I
we'll
must
move
have thought that it was just one of the other planets, and that it only
Yep.
looked black just because I was on the dark side of it. That must have been how I was rationalizing it, because I don't know how I could have even missed that.
on. Also, real fast, Raichi. Not quite. Actually, their use of quantum in here does have real meaning for these things. The reason why they used quantum so much is because each of those principles are somewhat real principles with real quantum physics.
It has more meaning than Ant-Man 3, and that's all that matters to me. That movie was
Anything-
dog shit.
I'm surprised you're still watching Marvel films.
God, no. No. Hell no. If anything, I'm watching people who are still watching because I love to watch them suffer. But I got nothing to... actually, I think I watched... Oh, no, wait. I stand corrected. I did watch the Thunderbolts movie just because I heard that it was slightly better than a lot of the other stuff that we've gotten, but no. I've been out of it since Endgame. Or, sorry, yeah, Endgame. And I think the only exceptions to that are Guardians 3 and the third Spider-Man movie. I have not...
You want to watch a good film? Go watch Rollerball.
Rollerball? Okay.
Rollerball, 1975.
Hold on, let me pull out my list. No, I'm serious. I keep like a list of movies. Give me like a brief summary. I want to see where I want to put this. Like, should I put it right below The Father, or should I put it right below Highlander or something? I want to.
It's kind of sci-fi, kind of sports, but also it's like dystopian. The concept is basically based around the idea of a gladiator sport with rollerblades, and imagine taking rollerblades, combining them with hockey, and making it even more of a full contact sport, like to the point of death.
Okay. What did you say it was called again?
Rollerball.
Rollerball. Okay, I will put that right below Uncut Gems, but right above Aladdin 3.
Who's Ant-Man Raichi? It used to be a comic book character. Now he is a joke.
Yeah.
Specifically referred to around the rectal probing of a purple man.
Oh God. Those were. Did you ever see the meme poster for Endgame, where it was supposed to be? Because I want to say that movie came out, like, or at least advertising for that movie was out around the same time that the Dune remake was out. And so there was a poster for Dune of the main character facing down a really, like, one of the sandworms.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one that was just like that, where instead of the main character of Dune, it was Ant-Man, only he wasn't facing down a worm. He was facing down a just a big purple sky and a hole that was meant to look like the maw of a worm, but very clearly was an entirely different hole. I
Well, actually, funny thing about those posters that they make,
Hmm.
they are all the same poster. If you
Oh yeah,
actually take
I'm
a
sure.
look, they have the exact same poses every time, with the exact same positioning every time.
Oh yeah.
Um, yeah, it's bad, but that's
Granted, it wasn't an
not the
official
point of.
poster, but I still thought it was funny just because of the whole
Yeah,
those memes. But anyways, so uh, as far as I mean, granted, in the video right now, I've moved on to Brittle Hollow. I'm not sure if there was necessarily. I guess actually before we move on to like another planet, maybe we should talk a little bit about like who the Nomai are. At least the context that we're given it is like an introduction for like anyone who
sure.
is uninitiated. So because we've been mentioning the Nomai, and the Nomai are this extinct alien race that died off a really really long time ago, and the Harthians have just recently discovered a lot of their technology, and are repurposing it for their own so that they can be able to better travel the solar system. They have discovered limited teleportation technology that they use and repurpose that for some of their
Mainly for the
probes.
little scout.
Yeah, for the little scout, anyways. They haven't quite like cracked its full use. Thank God, because they would probably shatter the fabric of space time if they did. Um,
Well,
they're
to be fair,
yeah,
uh, I want to say it was Feldspar was the first Harthian astronaut into space.
or
Well,
not intentionally
but
launched into space, I
but
believe.
yeah, but he was the first astronaut intentionally launched into
Intentionally,
space.
sorry, yeah. Yeah. Which like
There,
has hilarious implications in and of itself, but the fact that the Harthians
right.
are like such go-getters, like, yeah, let's do this Cave Johnson style for science, is just it's very encouraging and enlightening, and the fact that it makes it little things like that counterbalance a lot of the nihilism. The fact that there are themes of optimism here and there in this game is it just makes it very fun to play through. And the Nomai are mostly mysterious from the very beginning, and like all you really know is that they existed and that their technology may be linked. Well, it's almost certainly linked to the reason why you are looping, because the statue that turned to you, that by the time you go through Giant's Deep you will find out is partially what is causing you to travel back in time, um you know is part of like the whole mystery behind that. And so again, it's part of the reason why I love the exploration in this game, is because it gives you these kinds of mysteries, that make it worth exploring. I want to find out about why I'm looping. I want to know why the sun is exploding. I want to know who the Nomai are and what their whole deal was. And you get to find out all about that stuff. You won't get answers for everything. There are some things that are left unanswered, but that's also kind of like part of the themes, excuse me, of Outer Wilds. And so, Titan Executioner, welcome.
Welcome. Yeah, we've been discussing Pete's playthrough of Outer Wilds and some of the planets and themes. We've already discussed like a little too into detail on quantum physics today.
There was one thing. So on Giants Deep, there was one because Giants Deep, they make it pretty clear that is where they make the little statues, basically. And there was one
Spoiler.
Well, we're talking about Outer Wilds. We're gonna be spoiling.
I know.
But yeah, I guess maybe now is probably a good time to put up that spoiler warning. Let's.
No, that's again that fact is given to you at the start of the game from Spinel.
All right. Well, I'll hold off on it until later. But I guess since Raichi and Titan weren't here, I guess just real quick blurb. This is a game that is most effectively enjoyed blind, and hopefully we will sell you guys on it to play it before before we get to like anything super important. But just know that this is a game where your knowledge about it can drastically affect how you play and what how you choose to play, and that can also affect your experience heavily. So yeah, I hope that, and again, we will try to avoid heavy spoilers until at the very least later on, and there will be some things that we will not even talk about at all. But yeah, we're just giving you a warning now. There will be spoilers. So yeah, one of the things, I forget what it was, but one of the Nomai writings was talking about how you are, the way that the statues work is that they effectively send your memories back in time. It's not actually, your physical body looping. And it kind of, that might be kind of interesting to talk about just as a quick blurb, the philosophy kind of behind that. Like what was...
Yeah, that was one of my favorite little additions, because that's the other thing about that is that's out of the way.
Yeah.
That's something that you can completely miss. It's not really impactful on the story. But it is one of the Nomai discussing a philosophical theory with another Nomai and saying effectively considering that what's going back in time are your memories, is the person that receives those memories you? Which is a an insanely deep question to ask, right?
Yeah.
And it is also a personal question to ask, because that's a personal philosophy thing, right? As far as I'm concerned, yes, but that's, again, it's personal philosophy. The person who has your memories, this is a time travel game, yes, Titan.
Yeah.
The person who has your memories, they have everything that you experience throughout your time. And if they have the exact same brain structure as you, they are the same computer running the same programs. You just get a little extra data shoved into the hard drive, right?
Yeah. No, it's or I won't let you finish because I'm gonna go off on my.
I was just saying, but at the same time, you can argue. Oh yes, absolutely, Titan.
Oh yeah, very good.
Both of us recommend
heavily.
Heavily. You have to ask the question, right? Is that person you? Because there's a definite and solid argument to say no, it's not.
Yeah.
That you are you, and if you ship of Theseus and slowly remove the pieces that used to be you and replace them with a new person.
I'm trying very hard not to interrupt you, even though I'm doing that right now, and go off on a long
No, you're
tangent
good.
about Soma, because this is all stuff that's in there. But I'll let you
Yeah, I
finish.
was just say I'm aware. I'm aware. um, that you have to consider those questions and kind of define for yourself. Um, we've discussed the fact that I'm a transhumanist in
Yeah.
personal conversations.
Yeah. It means that he's
I
Mechanicus, for those of you who don't know what transhumanism is.
Not necessarily. I'm of the opinion that you can upgrade and
Okay.
improve the human form.
My mistake. Necron. I'm kidding. No, that's Kaiser.
I'd be good with Tyrannid too, but
Oh, well, that's good, because I would like to play Tyranids at some point. If.
I'm just I don't mind if it's mechanical or biological. I just want to improve it because this body sucks. Yeah.
uh,
Um, but getting to the point, you know, that gets into the question. A really important question is that if you were to say take your memories out of your brain and your mind out of your brain, uh, and put it into a machine, is it you or is it a new person? And if you died in that process, did you die? Or did you just change to a new body?
you're doing this on purpose now. I'm I'm trying really hard to let you
So
finish.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Because this is all stuff that is covered in another game that I heavily recommend almost as much as I would Outer Wilds, called Soma, which is the Greek word for body. And there's a damn good reason for it, because it covers a lot of these kinds of same things. Is the idea of it is a game that touches heavily upon what exactly it means to be you, in a sense, or what defines you. Because it is essentially a game where the main character's memories are transplanted into a robot several thousand years into the future. While it's very clear that the person whose memories were transplanted died several thousand years ago. And so there's a lot of questions of, like, are the robot versions of these people that are being transplanted, the same people, or are they different? And it covers, like, so many of those kinds of stuff. And I'm agreeing with, like, a lot of the general kinds of, like, from a general perspective, I think that yes, a person who sends their memories back in time, you are your memories. I think that there is, if we were to go into it enough, I could be convinced that after enough change to a person, they would be a different person. Not just in the sense that they are, like, I guess in both the sense that they are different and that they are different. Like how you would maybe, you meet up with someone who you haven't seen since, like, middle school, and be like, wow, you're a completely different person, or something like that. I feel like that's not too different of a way to describe that, because who you are is not like you, because in a way our behaviors are constantly changing based on, like, our environments and what we learn and how we adapt and that kind of stuff, in much the same way that our physical bodies are always changing, because I believe it's every molecule in your body, after enough time passes, will be completely replaced. And like you were saying with the whole ship of Theseus kind of thing, and that's the whole reason why your body does not define who you are. It's it clearly
Right.
is something about you are who you are is defined by your beliefs, your behaviors, your that kind of stuff, and that stuff can
And
also
actually,
change. But yeah, go ahead.
I can give you actually hard numbers for that. In 10 years, every 10 years, every cell in your body has been replaced with a new cell, with the exception of your brain matter and your heart.
Mm.
About, if I remember right, about 40% of the cells in your brain and heart will have been replaced by the time you die.
Mm. Yeah.
Um, Assuming you live to some, like, I think it's 70 or 80.
Yeah.
Um,
And granted, this can mean technically that, if you have another entity that like you shove your memories into, that other entity is, under this, kind of logic would also be considered you, even though you exist in like as two different entities. And yes, that is something else that Soma covers, and that's why it's fantastic, is because it actually puts you in situations where you have to explore and interrogate these kinds of ideas, and it's really awesome. It's also a horror game. It's made by the same people who made Amnesia, and it's so if you're not into that, of course, you're probably not gonna want to play it, but you should play it anyways because it's very existential horror, and it's awesome like that. But yeah, it's a very neat kind of like blurb to kind of explore briefly in a game about Groundhog Day, essentially. Um, just something to get you
real
thinking about.
fast.
Mm?
Do you have an opinion on Chrono Trigger? I don't.
I've
I've never played
I've
it.
not played Chrono Trigger. I believe someone had recommended that I play Chrono Trigger. I don't remember if it was someone in chat or if it was Kaiser or
No,
someone.
it was. No, it was. Um. Oh, brain work. Uh,
Yeah.
um. It was somebody from the Whalecat.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, of course, because yeah, they're all really into uh,
Yeah.
yeah, JRPGs, and I'd like to play it at some point. There's just some other JRPGs I want to get around to first, but I might pick up Chrono Trigger since I've been told that that's got like some time travel in it. Um,
Yeah.
Fantastic.
But
No, well, yeah, it's on my list. I hear a lot of
but
good
that
things about Chrono Trigger.
another game that picked up some interesting statements about that was actually Fallout with the whole synth concept,
Ah,
because there was an entire quest line, I can't remember which game, an entire quest line that brought up the question of whether or not the main character of the game is a synth,
hmm,
because one of the or a bunch of the symptoms of being a synth, that being unable to remember uh, specifics about a prior life, or rather your earlier life.
hmm,
Well, you're a game character. You came into it uh, part way through.
hmm,
So who's to say you're not a synth, right? Who's to say you can? Because you can't remember. This is a
yeah,
fact. You cannot remember life before the game started.
hmm.
You know, um,
This sounds
there's
like, I mean, no, I guess no, I guess I don't know much about New Vegas. I don't really know much about like any of the Fallout games outside of 3, and even then,
I'm pretty sure it was in New Vegas, but I remember there are elements of it in 3 and 4. I just can't remember which game specifically
gotcha,
this quest setup is in.
gotcha. Um, but yeah,
Um,
it's or did you want to like finish your thought on that, or
no, I was just going to basically lead to the idea of basically the. I lost my train of thought. It's all good. The concept around identity, and but that's it was a throwaway, a single board
mm,
in which this whole thing, getting back to Outer Wilds, this whole little conversation was probably 6 sentences. Uh, in just let me ask you a couple of questions to get you really thinking about stuff, but only if you've done the work to get here. Only if you are interested enough to look and find out. Solve the little puzzle that it takes to figure out how to reach this spot. Otherwise, you would have completely missed it and moved on.
mm,
And I think that's brilliant in the way they designed it, because you can absolutely go through this game. They've set it up with the whole little orange text to try to direct you to where you ought to be going next.
Mm.
Um, like we just saw there, where it highlighted the construction yard.
Yeah.
Um, but that's not a what do you call it? If you are a player that just wants to play through it, get to the end of the game, and whatever, sign off. Uh, you can do that by running through those orange text bits and then finding out. But you just as well can put the effort in and find so many more little secrets, and that's one of the things I really adore about it, is just the allowance for you to go, I want to be the guy who actually reads the game, who reads the little lore snippets,
Mm.
or I just want to be the speedrunner who does the thing. You get that choice.
Yeah. And like that's it's one of the great things about this game, just how this is. I don't think I think it's greedy to ask that like all open worlds should be like this, um, but it's an exceptional usage of an open world, an exploration in that open world, that is unlike any other game that I've seen with an open world. Because of that reason, is that
Right.
there is you can go to like all these different kinds of places, and you can go to them so quickly. They are so accessible. There's still like the challenge of navigating these different places while you're unfamiliar with them, and learning about them, and just the mystery that you are uncovering as you're going to them, and the fact that there is no specific place that you have to go to. You are driven purely and entirely by your own curiosity. There's no specific place that you have to go to. In fact, the specific place that you have to go to beat the game, you don't even know about yet. You need to find
Yeah.
it. You need to figure out where it is, assuming that you don't already know where it is. Which is, again, all the more reason why spoilers are so imperative, and so impactful on the experience. Um,
And in that same vein, it also makes it so much more impactful when you realize that to beat the game, you have to upend everything that you know, everything that you are familiar with, everything that you feel is safe. You have to stop it and do something drastically terrifying.
mm,
Like, fundamentally, because I don't know about you, but I had that moment of, what did I just do? When I first found that location uh, of the project. Um, because I mean, you were talking about this is the thing that will actually end this game, whether I see the end or not.
mm.
I have the option to put it back right now, and let it continue to be as is, or I could move towards the end.
I think what's also cool about the explorative aspect and nature of this game is the fact that there are a bunch of sort of faux endings, um, and a lot of them are very, very funny.
Yes.
You can shatter space time. You can do all these, like, some of them are more depressing than others, but some of them, or actually I don't know, do all of them end with the kazoo? Or so, like, the one that you showed me in the DLC area, did that one end with the kazoo theme, or did it just kind of like cut to black? Because that would feel very tonally, um off from like the way that it ended. But I remember how like when we shattered space time, then it had the kazoo theme and the credits and that kind of stuff. And the
Yeah,
fact that like
the
you can do all these kinds of things. You know, the game is not like, well, you're not supposed to do these things, so we're just gonna find some arbitrary, prevention, like a way to prevent you from actually doing them. No, it's like you
well,
can.
that's the thing is like, yeah, it's more than arbitrary in a lot of these cases, right? Because there is a logical reason for these endings to end this way.
Yeah. Well, what I mean is like in
In
comparison to other
fact,
games where like there is you're trying to experiment with something and there will be an arbitrary reason why you cannot do it because the design, like for instance, you can't like go out of bounds for certain games and that kind of stuff, or there.
oh yeah, like instead of putting a big sphere around the solar the solar system in this game, you can go as far as you want for as long as you want.
Yeah.
You're not gonna make it, but you could
Granted,
do it.
granted, there are, I believe there's at least one place in this game where I believe the developers do not want you to go, but like the odds of you ending up there, to my understanding, are extremely slim. It's the where the dark bramble, the actual dark bramble locations in game are located. I believe you pointed this out to me that they are.
So that is one of the few things that exist
And
in
granted,
a sort of like special fashion.
yeah, they are that way for a reason because they have to be a certain
Yeah,
distance away from the sun in order for
they're,
like the explosion to hit it at the same time that it hits um, dark bramble, which
I
is
mean, actually, they're not that far away. It's if I remember right, it's just solar up or solar down.
I believe it's down.
Um, but I mean, it's still it's like it's the same with. I know we're not going to talk too much
Yeah.
about it, but
Yeah, because like we're
this
not
the
able to talk about
stranger.
it besides vague platitudes, and anybody
Well, no,
who's
I was going to
not.
say the same with the stranger. The stranger, or rather the other thing, the other area with the stranger. Um,
Mm.
the only reason it's so dark is because it's actually open to space, just facing away from the sun.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I love how like we're talking about this, and I'm sure that nobody listening right now has any idea what we're talking about because I'm assuming that Titan and Raichi haven't played Outer Wilds yet.
Oh,
Um,
probably not. But I mean, this is not going to even if you guys do encounter these things, these or I should say, I hope you go play it.
yeah.
But nothing of what I just said is going to spoil anything for you. Even if it's vague. um,
Yeah, we are
but yeah, like those.
we are
Go
doing
ahead.
our very best to skirt around spoilers, and there are some things that we will not be talking about. Almost certainly, we will probably not
Yeah,
talk about the DLC. And while we may be talking about the themes of the ending, we will not talk about what exactly happens at the end of the game. Um,
yeah.
give you guys something to look forward to.
But you know the idea behind all of this, it's not like it's how to put this. I feel like I've more or less lost the plot though.
No, it's fine. Like we were talking about all this other stuff, and I think we were still kind of on Giants Deep. And if you want, we can move on to the Ash Twins, were the next two that I think.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure, why not?
So while I'm getting the video for that up, so and again, there's no particular order. I think, to these kinds of, well, almost certainly there's no particular order to these kinds of things. You can do them in whatever order you want. Um, so let me pull up. Just getting
I mean,
some
the
video
Ash
for the people with
Twin,
ADHD. Um,
no issues.
yeah,
The Ash Twins are a really neat concept. I mean, first of all, they are,
they're a literal
uh,
hourglass,
yeah,
which is really cool. It's
and
part of the reason
it's
why, like, I know that we will never see any kind of sequel or any other kind of game that takes place in the Outer Wilds universe, or
it would it
a
would do
Outer
the game
Wilds universe.
injustice.
Um, at the same time, though, I'm not even asking for like a game about and like the eye of the universe or quantum anything. I just want to see more of this universe because it's so fucking cool. You have a planet that is hollow inside and has a black hole, and it's being orbited by a giant mass of volcanic lava that spews out.
Which we will get there.
Yeah, you have twin planets that swap sand between one another like a giant hourglass. You have you have whatever the hell Dark Bramble is. Uh
I mean, Dark Bramble used to be an ice giant.
yeah. Like in comparison to just those three planets, Giant's Deep looks normal.
Yeah,
um
yeah.
And like even the ending, when you see the ending of what happens to the universe, I'm like, I want to see more things like this. And I'm sure that, again, a lot of the reasons for it's just it's not even necessarily story reasons. A lot of these different kind of like planet designs and world designs are great for and just ripe with puzzle ideas and platforming ideas and just all sorts of like mechanical goodness for your video game that I would love to see another game that touches on with this same kind of creativity. Granted, with like how much they put into this game, there's a question of like how much they would actually have any kind of passion to do just to make something else that has that similar kind of feel, even if it's not specifically meant to cover any of the same kind of. But like, yeah, I just think that the universe of Outer Wilds is cool. Even like putting the themes aside, putting the ideas of death and inevitability and the optimism and nihilism and the balance between the two of them, I just think the world of Outer Wilds is neat. It's so cool. And the Hourglass twins are a great example of that. And so a big mechanic of this world, ironically, well, not ironically, I guess fittingly, is time. Granted, that is sort of a thing in all of the different, well, just inherently because you are on a 22-minute loop. But this one in particular, because a lot of locations in both Ember Twin and Ash Twin are specifically accessible at certain times when the sand levels are at a specific level, basically, whether they're high enough on Ember Twin or they're low enough on Ash Twin. Sometimes you need to be at a specific in order for you to, because some places will be blocked off by sand and need to the sand needs to lower on Ash Twin, or in some other cases on Ember Twin, it needs to be at a certain level for you to cross a certain threshold. And even then, that's true for like both of them to a certain extent. And the kind of it's just, and granted, that's not the only thing that they have there, but it's such a unique way, something very unique, especially if the only other planet that you've done at the time is Giant's Deep. There's just a lot of potential here for traversal and kinds of challenges that they have here. I'm sorry, I was talking too long. If you want to go on about like,
No, you're fine.
yeah.
What I mean, what we're seeing right now is the actual city, and just I kind of want to just discuss not just the mechanics there, but the idea of you had a situation, right, that caused the Nomai to end up on specifically two planets, that being the one we're discussing, or well, one of the two, Ember Twin, that we're talking about right now. Um, and they chose to run with that, and just the idea of both a city built underground and a city built, as we'll discuss later, a hanging city built
Yeah.
on the bottom side of a planetary crust facing a black hole.
Hmm.
Yeah, I agree. The concepts behind these areas are brilliant, and I think it's a really fascinating idea, right?
Mm.
To consider how you might live in a place like that. And I feel like that's one of the things that the game did really well, is without over inundating you with like text. There is definitely a lot to read in these areas, but just environmental storytelling with some of these places
Mm.
tell you people lived here, people went to school here, they ate here, they, you know, did their jobs here, and that's visible. You've
Yeah.
got beds that sometimes have skeletons in them,
We were
and it's
talking about
just,
the school, the
yeah,
classroom. Um, it's not like, you know, and this again, it goes back to why I love how diegetic this game is and how it presents its environment. Um, because not to knock Legend of Zelda, but like there will be times when, and I mean, granted, this is just something in like a lot of video games in general, where like a location is very clearly created with a greater intention to provide a specific challenge rather than it is to actually create a place that you could see existing in that world. And like for instance, when I play like Legend of Zelda, I go into the forest temple, you know, and I'm like, okay, what is the forest temple? What was this room used for? What is like this room used for? What was this? Which I mean is part of the reason why the ice temple in Twilight Princess stands out to me, is because it is just an abandoned mansion. It's so different from
yeah,
like a lot of other dungeons in there. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. If anything, I would prefer in those kinds of video games you create a world. If you had to choose between a layout that makes no sense but is mechanically satisfying versus one that like does make perfect sense but provides no mechanical depth or challenge, if you had to choose between one of those two, I would prefer the one that has actual mechanical
right, because it
design.
makes it fun to figure out as just a puzzle
Yeah.
game concept.
If you can do, but I would prefer both.
But
Like Outer
yeah, but
Wilds.
and it's not. I'll argue it shouldn't be difficult to do both,
Yeah.
because you could set up a puzzle, and then all the difference is you decorate the puzzle.
This was also the case when I first started DMing for the first time in Dungeons and Dragons. It was like I was trying to think, how do I make a good dungeon? And I remembered there's I forget what it was called, but there was a good third party module that was specifically like to teach not only new players but also new DMs how to play. And one thing that you notice when you see enough dungeons in even modern D&D modules is that a lot of them are just straight up like buildings. Like Lost Mines of Phandelver is such a great starter campaign for pretty much anyone, which is part of the reason why in 5th edition it's been done to death. A lot of the different dungeons are just, here's like a large building, here's a room where like it has this stuff. The only real difference are like the enemies in it, and maybe some areas will be locked off because there's a key somewhere that the players need to get, and that key is placed there because the designers wanted players to go and encounter these things in these specific areas. and it's just a thought of, but like you could still see that being a place that exists, and that existed. You could see like a purpose behind it, that there is a diegetic aspect to the design of these locations, and there's so much of that here in Outer Wilds too, especially in Brittle Hollow. There's so, because that's where the majority of the Nomai civilization was. That's where a lot of them lived. That's where like a lot of their houses were. Like, granted, there were some homes on Ember Twin as well, but the vast majority of them were in the Hanging City. Ember Twin to me seemed much more like the place where the scientists would be doing their research, because like that's where the Ash Twin project was.
Yeah.
Also, there's just a lot more space on Brittle Hollow, so there's that too. That would also be a good reason why there would be more people there, because there's a lot more room for you to keep everyone.
Well, and I also think that one of the big reasons why Ember Twin is less developed is for the simple fact of just utility, right?
Yeah.
Which is going to get you more utility. A a planet that is constantly being basically drowned in sand, which means every solar cycle you have a period in which you can't get in and can't get out of your home.
Yeah. Exactly.
Or do you want a place that has a black hole, which is a source of power and technology? I mean, yeah, it's freaking terrifying, but
at the very least, if you have a spacesuit on, like, it's not so bad.
Yeah.
At least after they built the White Hole station.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, if you fall into the black hole in you know what? No, unless I have to, I'm gonna let you figure that out.
That actually also has some basis in some science, though it's still theoretical.
Well, yeah, because
getting to a black hole to test it and play with it is kind of hard.
Well, yeah, considering the amount of the gravitational force that it has would like turn you into atomized jelly, and like anything...
No, I was saying because it's a little far away to any of the closest black holes at the moment.
That's also true. It's it's generally hard to like figure out the physics behind an object that like you can't interact with, because it is so powerful that it can literally bend light. I don't know anything else in existence that can do something like that out of sheer force. I do not. But yeah, so
oil is dead dinosaurs, Raichi. Which means that every time you pick up a plastic dinosaur, you have a dinosaur made of dinosaur.
Yeah. Well, I guess it also depends on like what kind of oil.
Fun fact for you.
But yeah, the oil that we're thinking of, fossil fuels. Yeah.
Petroleum.
Yeah. That's the word. Yeah, and I guess going into, let's actually maybe talk a little bit about like the world building of the Hourglass Twins without like going too much into it, because I don't think we will cover the location of the Ash Twin project. And granted, like I'm fine mentioning that because I'm sure that it's been mentioned at some point. In like somewhere you will find mentions of it. By the time that you get to here, the Hourglass Twins were one of the first places that sorry, chat hold on, let me check the chat, like cut out for like a brief second. I just want to make sure that like the stream is still up.
Yeah, the stream is still going.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm hearing you cut out on my end a word or two, but
I'm sorry,
not often.
Okay. So, or how about now? Can
your Wi-Fi?
Can you still? Am I still cutting out, or like, can you hear me? Okay. Or...
It's intermittent. You're fine.
Okay. So the Hourglass Twins, one of the first places that you'll probably be drawn to is or if you land on, well, you will almost certainly land on Ember Twin, because if you get there really early, Ash Twin is still going to be covered in sand, which means that you're not really going to have anything to look at because it's all, buried underneath sand. Um, and there's a lot of like interesting, locations just, on the surface of Ember Twin. There's the orbital cannon that you can see right there where they launched their ships. There is what's his
The drop
name?
the well, yes, there's also Chert,
Yeah,
but
Chert.
you can also see one of the big intentions story wise is that you're intended to see uh
The
the
escape pod.
the smoke
Oh,
the
yeah.
smoke from the fires that each of the Hearthian astronauts, the other astronauts,
In a way,
have.
it's oddly relieving sometimes, because there have been times, I don't think it's happened a whole lot on stream, but like when I'd be playing off stream, um, and I'm like either low on oxygen or fuel or both, and like I will see that little, bit of smoke in the distance because I know that's where both oxygen and fuel is.
Right.
It's very
and
relieving in that regard.
and it's always a safe location.
Yeah, yeah.
um the um the that as a consistent story beat, I suppose, is something I really like and appreciate. um it was, how to put it, it's a great system to both help you as a player, to direct you as a place to go, because you can go and talk to them and say, hey, I have no idea what to look for.
Yeah.
What should I look for? If you have no ideas, or you can just go off on your own and do your own thing. But you can find them and go say, I don't know what I'm doing. Help me.
They're
And they
also,
will give you a direction.
yeah.
But
They're
they also each have personalities
yes.
and like soul.
Mm,
And it's wild talking to some of them because they change their responses over time
yeah.
and depending on certain circumstances.
Each of them are also like a little bit different. So, Feldspar is the obvious, like, hot shot, pilot, and you hear a lot about him from like other people. Then Gabbro is very laid back, and partially because he's also in a loop. He's the only other person that we're aware of that's looping. I'm pretty sure he's the only other person in general. I think we would see another
He
mask
is
that
the
was,
only other person.
yeah.
Yes.
Um,
The other mask
yeah.
is
I'm,
Data.
Well, I mean, there could be some other civilization that made their own looping thing several thousand light years away. We don't know, but yeah, that I mean, it would be completely unrelated to this looping system, um, but yeah, and each of them have. Then there's who is the guy on? Damn it, what was his name? The guy who's on Brittle Hollow, the guy with the banjo. Um,
Oh,
he's
Ryback.
Ryback. Yeah. He's very historical, focused. He likes looking at the history behind the Nomai, very geological, but he's also very kind of self-conscious in a way. In many ways, his anxiety may also like mirror the player's anxiety in a way, if
Yeah.
any.
He's
Um,
afraid of space. He says it flat out.
yeah,
He's
exactly.
like, I hate being out here, but I'm an archaeologist. I want to know more.
Yeah. In a way, like some of them kind of like mirror the sort of challenges and gameplay, or in certain aspects. I don't know. I've sort of like thrown this around in my head. I don't think I've really interrogated enough to like prove that it is the case. So like Feldspar, he's very like I said, hotshot, and he's in a area that is very hostile and has a lot of like enemies that if you don't know how to traverse, you will probably be zooming past, trying to figure out how exactly they work, maybe even like dying a couple times. You have someone like Ryback, who's in an area that I think, compared to a lot of the other areas, is probably less dangerous, at least compared to Ember Twin and especially Dark Bramble. Um, I don't know, like what you
But
would.
it's also
I don't know you. I don't know what you would say about the
it
other two, but
is
yeah.
it is a safer location, but a thing to note is it's also hidden
Mm.
because he's hiding. He's afraid, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I totally agree with you in your statement that each of them are a reflection of possible players, right? Feldspar is that gung ho. Um, I don't, I don't care about the results. I'm just gonna get there, and it's gonna be fun.
Well, I remember.
Gabbro is the laid back,
Mm.
gonna just let things happen as they happen. Rybeck is the anxiety. I'm not sure if I should what I should do right now.
Chert is someone who
Chert,
we think you guys should, go at the end of a loop, go talk to Chert. Like when you're close to the end of a loop, go talk to Chert.
Chert is the scientist.
Yeah.
He's the astronomer.
Yeah.
He observes and you know he overthinks things. And the one I was a little disappointed that you didn't actually interact with was Esker.
Yeah, the
Do
guy
you
on the
remember Esker at
on
all?
the moon, right? He's the in the rocking chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I regretted that too. I didn't do that until much later, and I think it was off stream when I actually did it. He's very like lone. Every time I spoke to him, the fact that like just like the little blurb that you get before you get options to say next was always, please don't go. I mean, how I don't even remember what the rest of what he said, but that just always stood out to me because
Yeah.
I was like, well, I don't want to stop talking to him now because he's so lonely up here. And the sun's gonna explode.
Yeah, he's lonely. It's a little bit creepy, you could say, that he uses the equipment to go kind of sort of spy on slash see people back on Timberhearth, but that's because he's got nobody else. He is alone
Yeah,
on the moon
I don't even see like a ship up
with
there.
nobody.
So I don't even know how he would get. I think he would need to radio someone to pick him up. Which I mean, in fairness, he probably could.
His ship is up there,
Oh.
but if I remember right, his job was effectively to act as a repair station.
Ah.
But they, you know, main base pretty much stopped using him because the spacecraft got advanced enough that they didn't need to do as much.
Yeah. Like now you can just repair your ship
station
yourself.
repairs. Right. Which means, though, that he's the forgotten side of space, of people, the lonely side of people, and a reflection of how lonely it is, the idea of being in space, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I agree completely with like what you're saying. In fact, there was a Reddit post that I saw. In fact, and I just found it while you were talking about it that was talking about this. Each Outer Wild Ventures astronauts represents a different aspect of the hatchling. So alongside the hatchling, there are 4 other Hearthians who wear spacesuits: Rybeck, Chert, Feldspar, and Gabbro. And of course, they forgot. Shoot, I forgot his.
There's a good reason for
Yeah.
that. Feldspar.
So Rybeck.
I mean, technically, it's a spoiler that Feldspar is alive.
Ryback represents the archaeologist aspect of the hatchling, the fascination with the Nomai, the desire to learn about their history and unravel their mysteries. Many players will share Ryback's fascination with the Nomai cities and other ruins, and share their sadness when learning about what happened to them. Chert represents the astronomer aspect of the hatchling, the scientific interest in celestial bodies and their behaviors and unusual natural phenomena in the solar system. Chert's existential dread about the imminent fate of the. I will yeah, I will leave that. I shouldn't have read that far. In fairness, he doesn't know, but
Indeed.
yeah. Phil,
Yes, indeed.
Feldspar represents the adventurer aspect of the hatchling, the excitement of exploring exciting and dangerous parts of the solar system, the desire to go to uncharted places and take risks. Many players will share Feldspar's thrill-seeking traits, such as their desire to reach the core of Giant's Deep. And Gabbro is a little different, as they represent the hatchlings' awareness of the time loop, the knowledge that they have infinite time available to unravel the mystery of the solar system, and that death is meaningless. At least, well, again, I won't go into that. Gabbro's super laid back take on the situation they're in may be shared by some players. In fact, almost certainly some players before he will almost certainly take on that same kind of like mindset for players who haven't yet figured out how to meditate.
I agree with most of that. I don't think that Gabbro is a representation of the idea that death is meaningless.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, I disagree with that.
Yeah.
Because like,
but I do agree that he is, I think, a comforting factor. I love his name because not only is it a comment on, or not a comment on, not only is it a reference to Gabbro as in a form of stone, just like all the other names, but it's got bro in the name. He's there as a comforting entity, a brother, a friend, somebody who's not going to judge you about freaking out over this thing, but he is going to be there and go, hey man, calm down, it's going to be all right. Yeah, we'll die, but that's part of this process that is life.
It is. It's part of this stupid time loop. That's what we were talking about. That's definitely what we were talking about. Was the time loop aspect. Yeah, and it makes it that much more meaningful too. And why I partially regret not getting to know them a lot more than I did when I beat the game the first time, because they do come up in the ending, and just that much more reason why interacting with these other kind of NPCs is.
I'm so glad you stopped to talk with them at the end, by the way, because their statements at the end are so rewarding.
Yes, it's that ending, and we will talk about maybe not necessarily the ending in context, but just what it meant, because I've never felt I won't say I've never felt that way about a video game before, but there have been very, very few games. I think maybe only 2 other games that have made me feel that emotional before. Those games were Soma, and for completely unrelated reasons, Red Out.
Well, and that's the thing though, is I feel like Soma and Outer Wilds have not similar themes, obviously,
but the way that they ask that you engage with their themes is similar. The fact that, or I guess the fact that they are similar in that they ask you to engage with their themes.
But there are also some things in both that are inherently dark and distressing.
Oh yeah,
like
especially
fundamentally and existentially horrifying things.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like the difference between Soma and Outer Wild in that regard is how they approach it, because Soma, there isn't it's deliberately, for a good reason, kept vague.
Yeah, to let you
because it's intended for you to make those decisions. Mm-hmm. And it's not that you're not allowed to make those decisions with Outer Wilds, but there is a more positive push with Outer Wilds.
Yeah.
Like, yes, we are all going to die, The world is going to end. It's going to burn out. The sun is going to burn out. You know, entropy will happen, and everything is going to go the way of the dodo. But that's okay. Um, there's always something else, and there's nothing wrong with the end.
Yeah.
Um,
We can talk a little bit
sorry.
more. No, that's fine. Let's save a little bit of that for once we get through like all the
Yeah.
other planets, because yeah, we will have plenty to
Yeah.
talk about. Let's see. What were some of my other notes on just the Ash twins? Um,
Ash twin and Ember twin,
yeah.
hourglass twins.
Oh yeah, the Hourglass twins. Sorry.
You're good.
I'm trying to pull
I
up
was
my
trying to
Hourglass.
remember.
Um, oh, I think something else that's also interesting is that like because the Hourglass twins are effectively the smallest planets, well, the smallest planets in the solar system, that they also have the lowest gravity and give you a lot of chances to really feldspar certain situations and just be able to like make these really cool platforming jumps and stuff. As you can see right here, I'm flying across. I'm zooming across the sunless city, or the sunless citadel. I think it's tomato.
No, I think it's Sunless City.
Is it really? Okay, I thought it was. Oh no, I think
Maybe.
the
I
other
don't
one,
remember.
the other one is called is a citadel, and I think yeah, this one is a city. I know one of them is a citadel, or I think they refer to it as one, but and yeah, especially like in a lot of especially in like places like this where I'm at right now, that will soon after enough time be filled up with sand. It adds that much more. It makes it, a lot of the underground locations gives it, an extra bit of like, platformy kind of challenge to it, and makes it very distinct in that regard. um and the fact that it has zero gravity, or low gravity I should say, is just makes it very fun to kind of navigate, and just stick out compared to a lot of the other locations. You can see me trying to go up in the crevices because I still haven't figured out yet that not every place, that I shouldn't be checking literally every crevice of a map yet. But uh let's see.
I mean, that method would have gotten you an answer eventually,
I
but
think so. Yeah. I
yeah.
think another, just because of the rising and lowering sand levels, I think may also, Ocarina and Majora's Mask fans may get a kick out of these planets. Just because of the time aspect. Maybe Majora's Mask fans more than Ocarina. I've not really played either of them, but I do know that there's time travel aspects in both. And just the fact that like certain puzzles require you to be there at certain times, so the sand levels are at a certain level. It,
But it's not so with if I remember right with Majora's Mask, um those things you have to be there at certain times, but those times you find out those times through odd methods, right?
hmm,
Yeah, like those times are effectively arbitrary. You just have to be there during those periods. One of the things is like you don't need somebody to stand there and tell you you need to be here at this time for this thing to happen. You know exactly why you need to be there at this time.
hmm.
Because if you're not there at this time, then you're going to miss the chance.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
There's gonna be, you're gonna be
or
blocked
you're going to have to
off.
do some really, really obnoxious, friggin'
Gonna have to feldspar
platforming. Yeah,
it.
platforming.
um. Oh, I think something else that we didn't. So besides the sand levels, I think compared to a lot of the other worlds, there's a lot more quantum kerfuffles that go on here. Now, so we talked a little bit about the Temple of Quantum Knowledge. We didn't go too much into like the exact specifics, but then there's also there's quite a couple places on Ember Twin, little quantum objects for you to kind of experiment with and learn about the rule of quantum entanglement, which is the second rule that you need to know in order for you to reach the quantum moon. Um, there are a couple different locations on here. I want to say that there's one um, where you find out about what the quantum moon is because one of the Nomai was studying it, and they took note of like a shard that's quantuming around the place, and they believe.
So actually,
Yeah.
sorry, I just wanna note that actually that's something that you can find out that's kind of interesting. Is I mentioned that the Nomai ended up on two planets, right?
Yeah. Yeah. The Ember Twin and Brittle Hollow.
They found those evidences of the uh the quantum rocks
Mm.
independent of one another because they did not have contact with one another for a long time
Mm-hmm.
when they were separated on the two planets.
Yeah.
Um,
They had time to like study this phenomena that both of them had been experiencing, and for good
right,
reason, considering that its
but
relation to the quantum moon, and also just the
but
quantum
if you
moon
pay
goes to each of the different planets. But yeah, sorry.
right, no, I was just going to say if you pay close attention to the dialogue in those, you'll find that they both came to similar conclusions, and uh, both had some interesting ideas and things to say,
Yeah.
but they identified them separately from one another. So you'll see that some of them made comments about it, uh, and the odd little traveling friends
Mhm.
uh, at distinctly separate points, and they make different, unique comments about why they think that might be happening, what significance it has to them and the universe and stuff like that. Um, and later the significance that it has culturally to them as a people,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah. To those uninitiated, since I think this is the first time that we've mentioned the Eye of the Universe, and we will not explain like what it is. Um, so and part of the reason why the Nomai are here. So you see, like the Nomai aren't from the solar system, and you will find out pretty early, especially if the first place that you go onto one of their planets is where their escape pods crash landed. You will find that they came here on a pilgrimage to seek out a signal that they discovered is older than the universe itself. Um,
And actually, it's more than it's a little different than a pilgrimage. They had no knowledge of this
oh yeah,
thing
yeah. They just found out
prior.
about this. They were just floating through space, and then
Yeah, they're a nomadic people. Something that's one of the things I absolutely love about the writing um, is that is basically the difference between dialogue with your fellow Harthians and the dialogue that you see between the Nomayans.
mm,
The Nomayans are a very science focused people.
yeah, like
All of their yeah, go ahead.
just briefly, like you will see it a lot in like their dialogue. I remember there's a married couple, and like the term "my better half" or something like that. Like two people who are very close, but you'll have one of them who'll be like, "Oh, this guy, this one is my better half." They use the term "my better 50%" because they
Yep.
yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to point that out, but yeah, continue.
No, yeah. No, that's exactly what I'm talking about. They use terms like that. You'll note that they use he or she,
Mm.
whereas the Harthians actually use they.
Yeah,
There is
because
never a he or a she there.
yeah, because they are monogendered. I think is I don't know what.
Yeah, they're hermaphroditic.
Yeah,
They don't have a specific gender. They can be one or the other.
I just think of the Team 4 Star joke Where are you going, Vegeta? Off to plow your mother. Ha! Shows what you know. We reproduce asexually. Gross, get out of my way.
Well, but and that's the thing, right? Is it's one of those little things, um, the naming scheme for all of the Harthians, and the naming scheme for all of the Nomayans. The Nomayans are very Latin focused. Solanum,
Mm.
who is a very reoccurring character if you pay attention to a lot of the text. You actually see stuff from when she was a kid and stuff from when she was an adult.
Ah.
Didn't notice that one?
No, I didn't. I don't think I did.
Yeah. There's writings from her.
I'm terrible with names, and
Both
with
while
how
she
many
was-
with how many like Nomai there were. I really wasn't keeping track of who was who.
You're good. No, there's writings from her, both from when she was a child, as well as in school, as well as writings from her as she grew older and became an adult, and after her pilgrimage.
Oh wait, what was her name again?
Solanum.
Oh.
Yes, it's that individual that you were thinking of.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, I know I've heard that name somewhere. Okay, yeah. I'm not. All right, I'm not explaining that. I'm gonna let you guys, anyone who's listening that's uninitiated, you guys can figure that out, and that'll be now you guys will be surprised when you find out who it is that Ion's talking about.
But yeah, it's stuff like that, right? The brilliance of the writing, it's incredibly unique to a lot of video game storytelling as far as I'm concerned, because and it's partially because of how honestly simplistic and contained a lot of it is.
Mm.
You're not writing a game where you need 100 different levels or stuff like that. But at the same time, that's the beauty of it, because you have the ability to make it tailored to, here is exactly what I want people to find out, and I can go as detailed as I can. The Nomayans being science cultured, I will write them as being write that into their speech.
Yeah.
The Harthians speak almost entirely as a group in this kind of laissez-faire, yeah, I don't mind if tomorrow a tree drops on my head and I die. Crap happens. I'm just gonna go over here and grab a couple of my buddies and tell them to grab their axes, because we're gonna chop up this death seed that has landed on our planet.
Good lord! If it weren't for the timing of everything, I imagine that Dark Bramble Seed would do horrible things to Timberhearth.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, consider he talked about the fact that it effectively landed the day before or so.
Mm.
And the amount of growth that seed had for a day's worth of time is terrifying.
Yeah, very, very.
And after you inform him that there is a lot of space on the inside of that seed, his response is effectively, that's going to be a lot of work to
burn it
up.
with fire.
It should be burn it with fire, but no, his response is, that's going to be a lot of work to hack up. Guess I better get to it.
Yeah.
Freaking no. Excuse me.
Brother, get the flamer.
This is a big,
the heavy flamer.
Freaking deal. but the response is effectively meh.
Yeah.
That's another Tuesday.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's
Uh,
so interesting their reactions to like these kinds of things. Again, like they're, you know, the whole Gabbro is the first person to intentionally be, flung into space. They put that
right,
intentionally on there like it's no big deal because like to them, this whole like the idea of like feldsparring it is almost like in their nature. Just feldspar in particular is just particularly feldspar out of all of them.
right. Um, the that sort of writing style and the honestly the effort and love put into each of those dialogue pieces is insane to me,
Mm-hmm.
and I adore every bit of it.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. It's absolutely beautiful. Um,
um, it's also, I know we weren't going to talk about too much about the DLC, and I don't intend to.
sure. Like you want to say
But
something
the
about the
fact,
strangers?
well, specifically, I want to talk about the fact that there's next to no dialogue there,
Mm.
right?
None that you can
The
translate.
actual, yeah, the only dialogue that you get is what you see in your ship's computer when you come back.
And
It
also,
is what you, as a Hearthian and as a player, it is your thoughts.
and also depending on like whether or not I guess you count like the images that like the projection devices as like um a form of communication and thus a form of dialogue in a sense. Um,
It's absolutely a form of communication and a form of dialogue, but it's not words,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like, no, there is no written or spoken word in that entire DLC, effectively. And yet there is still a story
I
there.
love stories that do that. Like it's part of the reason why Wall-E is one of my favorite Pixar movies. And god damn it, it better not get a live action remake. Um, because I love, and granted, like Wall-E does have voice acting in it, but
Like
like
they did to Lilo and Stitch.
don't remind. Literally the last Periodicast that I did was on that godforsaken movie. Good
Yeah,
lord.
sorry.
No, 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 it's fine.
Sorry.
It's fine.
Derail.
But yeah, no, I love when like stories are able to communicate that kind of information without having to say a word, and it's so effective in the DLC too.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
Going back to the main game though, since we are talking about like the cultures, I think what I like about the Nomai is how they are very scientific, but they are also at the same time very religious, which I feel some people might think is very dichotomous in a sense, and like to a degree it can be. But then I also, because I'm really into Full Metal Alchemist, or at least I used to, it used to be basically my favorite anime for a long time. It's still one of my favorites. Is the idea like what I really liked about Full Metal Alchemist was how it portrayed God in a sense as though, well, it had like a lot of sort of religious parallels between alchemy and religion in a sense, especially with how they paralleled him with Scar, and how the idea of like the if science were religion, who would the god of that religion be? Well, it would be truth. Scientists, people who are people who seek truth, essentially the truth of the universe. And so that is why like the god in Full Metal Alchemist is literally named truth. And it's so interesting how you can take a scientific kind of aspect and they make it or present it in a way that is very religious. And the Nomai are also very excellent in how they're presented in that regard, how they are very scientific people who seek out this thing, this the eye of the universe, as they've named it, something that they don't know anything about. They just know that it is emitting a signal that is somehow older than the universe itself. Um, and they want to know more about it. And at the same time, they make churches in its in its image. They, worship it to an extent because it is this mysterious, amazing thing that drives them. It drives entire civilizations of theirs. Multiple people, they make pilgrimages just to, like, get a slight glimpse of it. And they still barely
Well, of
understand it.
what
By
it
the
could possibly be.
even by the end of the game, we still barely understand what it is. And
Well, and that's actually an interesting thing to note, right? Is you say they worship it, and as much as I agree that they see it as a religious icon, I don't think they worship it as much as it is an icon to their curiosity.
I just killed myself. I just noticed.
What?
Oh wait, am I wearing my suit? Yeah, I did kill myself. Sorry.
Oh, yes. You're good. I see it as an icon to their curiosity as much as it is a religious figure, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not like they worship it and don't question. That's one of the big things is like if every one of those church-like areas that you're referring to,
Hmm.
the dialogue written down are questions.
Yeah.
Discussions they have with one another saying, "Hey, could it be this thing? What do you think?"
Hmm.
um you know is it possible that it's malevolent? Is it possible that it doesn't want us to find it?
Hmm.
Is it possible that something happened to it? Who knows? That's their that's their take on the religious go, and I think that's a really interesting idea,
Yeah.
right?
They
Because
they seek it. You could.
yeah, they seek it.
It
It
is
is
just
a it is
it's just a little bit different from like how say Christians would seek Jesus or something like that, but they still seek it nonetheless. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, you're good. It's something I think is interesting as a statement also about religion. Not that I'm trying to poke at anybody, but the model that they used is not wholly faith-based,
Hmm. Yeah.
but it is an icon to something that they see as fundamental uh and vastly important
Yeah.
to them as a people. And they don't use that as a cudgel they don't use it as a weapon. They don't use it as uh, an excuse either. They
Unlike a
they
certain
use
other race, well, won't go into it too much.
yeah, they use it as a statement both to themselves and one another to say, okay, this is an example of the greatest unknown that we know.
Yeah.
We don't know of a way to answer the question. And we have no we have
Until
no
now.
yeah,
Spoilers.
we have no other method to figure it out at the moment.
Yeah.
So every generation we're going to pose the question, how do you think we can do it?
Yeah. It drives them, it motivates them, it moves entire civilizations forward, like just wanting to seek this thing, whatever it is, and to find out more about it. It, like, in many cases, regardless, like you said, regardless of whether or not it is seen as divine or malevolent in a sense, its very existence still motivates their civilization in much the way that a theocracy would be motivated by you know a pantheon in some regard.
Right. Because to be Nomayan is to question.
Mhm.
It is to ask and wonder and be curious. as the player, you're as much a Nomayan as you are a Hearthian because you are looking and trying to find answers.
Yep. Um. Yeah, the Nomai are they're really interesting as a species. So I guess since we've talked about like, honestly, I was kind of hoping to get to the uh Brittle Hollow before we actually started talking about the Nemayans as a society, because that's where I feel like the majority of their society is on display, since that's where the
Sure.
most of. But like we've kind of like covered a lot of that just as is. Let's see, I forget which part I was exploring Brittle Hollow. I think I may have already passed it. But shoot, where is? Oh damn it! I just had it. Okay, there we go. But at the same time, I feel like we've also kind of like covered, I guess, everything, because we've talked about like just the general diegetic aspects of it. We've talked about, I guess, honestly,
Actually, I can say real fast.
yeah,
This is something that I find hilarious as a statement to their species too, right?
what's that?
They could have the Nomayans. They could have built um safe, reliable, and 100% not going to end up in bad situations transport between locations.
Mm.
But instead, they built what amounts to freaking portal light bridges
Yeah.
and said, "Don't fall, guys."
Hey, listen, if it's good enough for Cave Johnson, it's good enough for the Hearthians.
But it's another statement about them as a species, right?
Yeah.
That they don't mind a little danger. They don't mind a little uh fear. Because I don't know about you, but standing right here where you are right now,
Mm.
uh
Yeah, what you have to
I
jump.
have some vertigo issues and that would terrify the hell out of me.
I'm waiting to figure out if I ever took the. Yes, I did. Okay. Um. That was, yeah, no, it's and like the fact that they, and that's exemplified by the fact that they built this place on the underside of Brittle Hollow, hanging above a gigantic black hole, is the fact that
Yeah.
like they, in a lot of ways, they are kind of similar to the Hearthians. I think the Hearthians have a little bit more feldspar to their oomph, but the they aren't too different in how adventurous they were in the pursuit of learning more about their solar system.
Right. There's certainly some elements of you spent so much time asking could I, but you didn't spend any time asking should I to some of their behavior. But when first looking at
First looking
graphics,
at
I
the
thought it was a
graphics, I
GameCube.
thought that it was a GameCube game, but after closer inspection, yeah, these look more advanced graphics. Um, yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know. I guess I could also potentially see this on a GameCube. Granted, I think this is only a well, actually, no. This game is on Switch. This game got a Switch release. I want to say like a little while ago.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, so it's on other consoles too. Um,
But
Granted, I think like the graphics, I think are the least to, not to knock them or anything, but I think they are the least, compared to the story, the gameplay, the world, the music. Good God, the music. Um,
they're probably the least important, but at the same time, they're at least consistent.
mm,
Personally, I think the aesthetic fits.
oh, very.
A great example being like your spaceship. your spaceship
Tell me.
is tied together with
Yeah.
frickin' rope, duct tape, and planks. Planks of wood
I'm surprised that
slapped onto.
I'm surprised
Yeah, go ahead.
the chair guy on the moon is like more sad than he is furious. It's like, why the fuck aren't their ships breaking? Why aren't they coming back here to get them fixed? It's wood
Yeah,
and duct tape. Tony
those
Stark
things
built these ships in a cave with a box of scraps. Sorry, I won't interrupt you this time.
No, you're good. They're held together with, spit and dreams.
Yeah.
But that is an aesthetic, and it's a statement of the Harthians themselves, just as much as the art and the style of construction that you see with the Nomayans is a statement to who they were as people.
Mm.
Yeah, it's not hyper realistic graphics or anything like that, but it still
And
has its own character.
I honestly prefer that too because it feels. Have you ever like we're getting to the point where graphics are getting so advanced that because I think the reason why people still want to hype up graphics is because for such a long time there was a period where like advancement in graphics were able to make real leaps compared to because we went a long way from Laura Croft PSP polygon boobs to yeah. So like when we were just starting off in video games, and the graphics weren't super
To the
complicated
point
or
of
anything.
having jiggle physics
There
and
was
stuff.
a lot more that we could advance, but as we are
Yeah.
progressing to more and more realistic graphics, there's a lot less room for improvement. And nowadays, but like people still want to talk about graphics because we had always made such a big deal about them, but we only made such a
Right.
big deal about them because there were so many leaps and strides yet to be made. Now we have made them, but we're still talking about them. And like nowadays, you will have them be like, look at the graphics of these kinds of things. And you have to actively, like, and they will even have the gall to show a side-by-side comparison of them on like the remastered version and the original, and you have to actively squint to see like a difference between the two of them. But people will still hype
Yeah.
up, graphics and such like that. I applaud a game that actually wants to have like a more cartoony kind of aesthetic to it. Not only just in terms of like graphical fidelity, but also in terms of design itself.
Right. And personally, I'm a fan of it just because the fact that not everything needs to be real.
Yeah.
The cartoony and the fantastical makes it unusual, makes it fun. It's less boring when the world is Wonderland
We were just talking about like
as
how
opposed to real life.
yeah, we were just talking about like how cool and unique all these other planets are. The fact that you have a planet with a black hole in it, you have a planet that's two planets orbiting one another, exchanging sand like an hourglass, and you have another one that's a portal to hell. Like it's
Yeah.
these are these are things that most likely would not exist in real life, as far as I'm aware.
Right.
Would be news to me if
Real
they
fast.
do. Yeah, no, I
Titan, there's no other chat. Billy is just in and out as Billy Donuts is in and
Yeah.
out always.
Yeah, no, it's just this chat. I'm not Fat Man and Mark who upload two streams at the same time. Which in fact I understand why they do that. It's because they do one for like mobile users and they do one for like PC users because apparently one gets recommended more than the other depending on what device you're on. But it also means that they come with two different chats. If that's what you're talking about, Titan. No, it's I think the Outer Wilds streams just generally get less viewership, either because of like interest or because people are actually listening to us and being like, okay, yeah, I want to go into this spoilerless. I don't have a problem.
I
with
hope
that.
it's the second one.
Yeah, no, I do too. I do too. I hope it's that one. At the same time, though, I would rather that they, not have an interest currently and not be spoiled in it, so that like there is a potential that they will eventually play it and not have the spoilers, than be interested in it and then get spoiled on it before they get a chance to play it. But yeah, I would rather be the latter out of those two.
And Titan, I agree that games shouldn't be just hyper realistic. But I'm just of the I don't want to say that all or we need a lot more games with 16 and 64-bit sprites, but just that people need to stop focusing so heavy on the graphics being real. They can be, because you can have realistic-ish representations of reality in maybe not 16-bit, but 64-bit. You can see some of that in the example of like Minecraft, right? Minecraft
Yeah,
have been it's blocky, but people have done some insane stuff with making realistic looking Minecraft.
Minecraft is an
Uh,
excellent example. I mean, considering it's the best-selling video game of all time, yeah.
right. But as great as Minecraft is, I think what the issue is more is just that people need to be more willing to be uh willing to be creative, right?
Yeah.
Allow allow something to look strange because everything looks strange. One of my absolute favorite games of all time is Psychonauts. And if you take one look at any character in Psychonauts, they are the strangest, most inhuman looking characters that you have ever seen.
Yeah, they're trying to. I believe they are based off of like Tim Burton claymation designs.
Yeah.
I believe is what they.
And yet and yet those same designs are uh I'm not gonna say iconic, but they are um representative of who they are as characters and people.
Mhm.
You've got Mikhail, who is a Russian guy with tall uh tall cylinder hat and is the biggest of, well, the tallest of all of the campers, kind of thing. Um, or the mob boss one, who's short and otherwise generic looking. He's actually one of the more human looking ones. But you look at him, and of all of the characters, he's definitely one of the more skeevy looking ones. You know, the the style of, or not just the style, but the willingness to be original in your style is, I think, something that is less common nowadays, because everybody either wants to be super realistic or go with something that's already known to work.
I will say two games that are in the top 25 highest selling games of all time, in this order, are Terraria and uh, Tetris. Sorry. And granted, like that game is more mechanically focused than it is graphically focused, but like even still, Terraria and where's the other Stardew Valley. Terraria and Stardew
Yeah.
Valley, both of which are very, um, I don't know if I would call them 16, but maybe I would call them 16. I don't know what like a 16-bit, I guess equivalent would look like, but it's in that like very sprite focused kind of,
Yeah.
range. It's just one more reason why I think we overplay, we overhype graphics too much.
Yeah.
I think.
I'm not, and I'm, don't get me wrong, I'm not hating on 16-bit or 64-bit or any other bit graphics.
Yeah, no, make
I'm
whatever,
just saying that
like
we need more graphics that are just, we need more game devs that are willing to be original in their style.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. We don't need people specifically to like go for one specific kind of style, and especially if like a lower graphic fidelity would fit better with your kind of. I know like a bunch of horror games, like analog horror, will specifically try to make their games look a lot older because of like just the nature of analog technology in general. Um,
Right.
it should be what, if anything, we shouldn't really be focusing on the quality of graphics, but rather like how they are used, the design and of the game, and whether or not it fits with what the game is trying to accomplish. And it definitely fits with what Outer Wilds is trying to accomplish, I think. Um,
Yeah.
Gosh, I think I severely underestimated how much we would get to talk in 4 hours. I was actually kind of scared that we might have to go into spoiler territory if we weren't talking enough about certain stuff. We haven't even gotten to Dark Bramble, and I'm not even sure if I want to, just because of how important that area is.
Yeah,
Um,
I think Dark Bramble is one that we shouldn't talk too much about. I mean, it is
yeah,
in its own like entirety a puzzle.
yeah. Normally these
Uh,
streams go on for about 4 hours, and we are about 24 minutes off from the 4 hour mark. So if you wanted, we could just talk about like just the general themes of the ending without going into what happens in the ending.
yeah, it's fine with me.
All right. If you want to start things off, because I may get emotional talking about this.
No,
Yeah.
no, Titan, your topics aren't wasting time.
No, no.
We've gone off on several tangents.
Yeah. I love talking with this
um,
guy. I
yeah,
here
no, it's
I would love to have you on again. So I have a friend
yeah.
on another podcast I'm on a guest that I've been guesting on. This guy, ironically, is named I Know Nothing, and he's also very big into Warhammer. And I've asked him. He said that he would love to come on and talk about like Warhammer animation, whether it's like Pariah Nexus or Astartes or that kind of stuff. And
Okay, I was about to say, have you seen
I
Astartes?
have seen Astartes, and I'm excited for two. And um, so I've not gotten around to Hammer and Bolter yet. I've seen one of the episodes, and it's the it's the time loop episode. Funnily enough, I didn't mean to like bring up a time loop episode when we're talking about a game about time looping, but um, the yeah. So if there's ever a time, and he's really into writing. I believe he's published a book before, and I think you two would get along great. So if I was ever to find a good Warhammer topic to get both of you guys on, I would love to have that happen. Um,
Sure.
but yeah, no, we've had all kinds of tangents. Don't worry about that, Titan. It's fine. If anything, I'm glad, because I was not sure if we were able to go on for 4 hours off of just the bare minimum non-spoiler content in this game.
I mean, I feel like
We've
yeah,
spoiled
I
enough, but
still
like
feel like we
the
still have
light
a lot
spoilers when we
that we could have covered.
yeah.
But yeah, about the ending before we ran too long.
Mm.
Um, the the entire game is a beautiful statement as far as I'm concerned
Very.
about well, but yeah, about like the the response that we should probably be having to death,
Yes.
the inevitable. Also, just the way we interact with life too, right?
Mm.
Because it's one thing to be afraid of death, but it's another to let your fear of death control the rest of your life, because you're not going to live life at all if all you're doing is worrying about when death is going to come.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the story of this game is a great statement on that, right? Because as far as you're concerned, you are the hatchling, right? You were born, not really, but you were born the day that the game starts.
Yeah.
And every interaction that you've had is in the 22-minute span of your life. And then it ended.
Mm-hmm. And then it
Your
started.
entire life was 22 minutes.
Yeah, at least through our perspective of the character.
Well, I mean, repeated. Those 22 minutes have repeated and repeated and repeated. So you've had a long bit of time.
Yeah.
But your life has been 22 minutes long. And yet, despite that, you've experienced a lot, haven't you?
Mm-hmm.
In that short, infinitesimally small bit of life that you have on this planet, or in this case, in this solar system. Did it matter that you were going to die? Or were you indulging in your curiosity and finding that there's a lot of interesting things to experience before you decided to pull your own plug and let your life end?
Yeah, it's because I won't repeat too much of what I said at the end of my Let's Play, because I know that had enough waterworks there. Is that I'm someone who's gotten like very comfortable with my accomplishments, and I've sort of, in a way, ironically, also been very insecure about whether or not I should even feel that way. Is that, because, well, I'm still living my life. I still have some more things to do. I am, very, what's the word? I guess accepting of where I've gotten to, and how I've lived my life, even though I'm not even 30 yet. And this game, it had always been like a subconscious kind of thought to me, but this game, I think, really brought it out in a way that it had never really been, that I never really addressed, I think, before.
Put some things into perspective.
Yeah. And I'm still fairly comfortable with, like, I strive to find like a degree of contentment with my life, and I believe I still have it. I am content with it. I'm still gonna keep living it, of course, because, like, what else am I gonna do? Um, guess I'll die. No. But
Eventually,
yeah. Synecdoche, we're all gonna die. Bye. um, but yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing.
right.
That is eventually gonna happen, and I think the fact that, let's say, whether or not, I I think in a way it has almost, kind of made me more secure with, oh, well, there I go, dying again. Oh, shit, no, okay, holy crap, I made it back just in time. I don't remember that from the Let's Play. Anyway, sorry, I was...
Now you see why I was like, really, dude, with every time that you're going and making the joke.
Yeah, I was like, what what are you doing?
It's not gonna, no, it was less of a what are you doing and more of like it's not gonna be my problem, but you're gonna have to get here again.
But yeah, I think in a way it's also comforting in a way. The fact that like, even if I had accomplished if I had like no matter where how my life goes, if I like live until I'm 90 or like tomorrow I get diagnosed with lung cancer, and I decide to cook meth for real this time. Um what else am I going to do? Um I am
Anything tasty.
there's probably always going to be some other kind of achievement that I'm not going to have, because again, I think something else about Outer Wilds that's so interesting is the fact that like no matter what happens, there is going to be more stuff in the universe that you will probably want to do in this game that even with the ability to time travel, you will not have the chance to do. Like, think about that. Even of all the things that you are able to do that no one else can do in that 22-minute mark because you happen to have the ability to time travel, there are still mysteries that will remain unknown to you. What the heck is the Dark Bramble about? Where did ghost matter come from? Just
Well,
all
you
this.
know the answer to that.
Well, before that.
Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah. Where did that come from? the yeah, so all that and like there's gonna be those kinds of like questions that will remain unanswered in this vast cosmos. Hell, even the eye of the universe, like I was saying, despite how much we know about it to be able to theorize about it, we still don't know exactly what its whole deal is. And that's in part the same way with like reality, is that no matter what you do in the universe, in your time on this earth, there will always be something else that you can't do, but that doesn't have to necessarily be a bad thing. If anything, it can knowing that, because it's it sounds like it would be a good excuse to like be nihilistic about your view on life, when if anything it's a reason to be optimistic. It's like life has no meaning. Fantastic. I can live life however the fuck I want,
Right.
Um
Actually, it's funny, and I'm gonna get a little. Some people might refer to this as sexist, but I don't really think so. Um, Men have this tendency of needing a like a solid purpose, a reason to do things.
mm,
Um, and I find a lot of the a lot of the time, uh, it's guys who need to ask themselves the question, what is it that you want out of life? Um,
mm,
because yeah, you're not born with an instruction sheet telling you, yeah, these are the things you need to check off the list of your life to make sure that it was fulfilling. You better get to that.
yeah. Well, I think if you
Uh,
have like really overbearing parents, maybe, but it's not like the universe requires that you obey that list of. Anyway, sorry, that's getting into something else entirely.
well, no, I mean, like even in that case, right? Even in the case that you are born with hyper controlling parents,
Mm,
uh, they can try to define your reason to be here, but that doesn't mean you have to do whatever reason that they asked or told you that you have to be there for.
mm,
Um, you are a thinking, feeling, uh, independent individual, and you can eventually make those decisions, right?
yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, like, we we are gifted, uh, as the creatures that we are gifted with the ability to define our own purpose, the meaning of life. We decide that.
Mm.
You can choose a god if you want to tell you what your meaning of life is. But at the most base level, you are still the one defining what your meaning
Yeah,
is.
you still make that choice.
You still make that choice. So this game is a great example of you getting to make that choice. You've defined from day one of when um shoot, what is his name? The Hearthian in
I think they call him the Hatchling, or at least some people
no, no,
nickname him
no.
the Hatch. Or
Not
oh,
not the hatchling. The Hearthian in the observatory.
oh,
Hornfells.
yeah.
From day one, when Hornfells asks you the question, what is it that you plan to do out there? That is you defining your meaning of life, your purpose for being. And by the end of the game, it's on you whether you've answered that question, whether you've achieved the answer, the meaning of your life uh, by your own definition.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's really profound, the idea that you as a thinking creature are able to wake up one morning and just say, this is what I plan to dedicate the rest of my life to. Go out and frickin' do it.
Yep.
That is insane. Like it's you could almost say I would pity. I'm not of the Abrahamic faith, but I pity the Abrahamic angels for their existence because from day one they have no ability to make a decision like that.
Mm-hmm.
They are locked in as a robot. They are unthinking, unfeeling, incapable of any real thought. It is all programmed in ahead of the time, and they have no choice. Humans are unique in that fashion.
Mm-hmm.
They get the choice.
Which, which is just all the more reason why I'm confused so often when like people think about these kinds of realizations and they see it as like a means to kind of like, you know, give up, and as opposed to it just being, you know, another reason that like I said, it can be liberating knowing
Right.
that there is no meaning to life, that, you know, at the end of the day everyone's going to end up in the same place.
And that's not a moral failing, by the way.
Yeah, I suppose not.
Like that's not like, oh, there's no meaning to life, so I guess I'll just go out and uh, you know,
Well,
physically harm somebody
I was talking
or
about like the kinds of
do
people who like
horrible
will
things.
like be depressed in their room all the time and just kind
Right.
of
Well, I know. I know who you're referring to, but there's also the other
yeah.
side where they go the other extreme.
Yeah.
But you can say technically that it is a moral or ethical or life failing whether you do one or the other,
Mhm.
right? Whether you go the depressed shut in or you go the um amoral monster.
Mhm.
Um but because I feel like it's because of the fact that you define your purpose that it makes it all the more profound and important that we do as we, or that we choose to do the good things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the fact that we are not a society of constant murderers and monsters indicates that at some level, even despite the efforts of the corporate elite, our society values honesty, truth, justice, the things that most religions see as uh, defined by their gods. No, we're not perfect
Mm-hmm.
creatures, but it's that fact that despite being as imperfect as we are, and despite having no boundaries, nothing there to truly prevent us from being monsters, that those of us who choose, the many of us who choose to be better people, to be, you know, fulfilling and amazing people, it's that proves that, we're all worth it, right? It doesn't matter that at the end of the day, we're dust in the wind
Mm-hmm.
because we matter to each other, and that's all that is important.
Yeah.
You are you are the uh you are the difference between somebody waking up tomorrow and choosing life or choosing death. Might be you, might be somebody you talked to,
Mm-hmm.
might be somebody you just passed on the side of the road and said hello to.
Yeah.
Is that not worth the time and effort?
And this was what I was trying to earlier when we were talking about anxiety and this game, is that this optimistic side of the game is part of what I think makes it just so important, I think, for people to experience, is that yeah, there are anxious parts of this game, or there are parts that can make someone anxious, but I think those are required in contrast because life itself is very anxiety inducing, and that when you see that in the end in contrast to like everything else that the game has to offer, as almost a parallel to what life has to offer and what you have to offer, you know, to the universe. You insignificant little speck. Yes, you, what you have to offer. Um, it's very profound and something that I think you have to experience kind of for yourself. And Titan, I hope that you will play this game.
Yeah.
Realizing that this is very thought provoking because we haven't even touched the tip of the iceberg that is this game. There are several planets that we've not even got. Well, not planets, but like locations in the solar system that we haven't even touched upon. We've barely even mentioned the DLC, man. I hope that you will play this game. It's absolutely phenomenal. And we're coming up on the
It's
4 hour mark. So if you got anything else to say, I'm fine going above the 4 hour mark. I'm just saying I will probably call it a little bit. So
no issues.
don't feel too time constrained. But
I just wanted to throw out there that it's one of the things that I really think is awesome and important about the way they ended things with the game. And I'm not gonna spoil much of anything really by saying that you meet the other astronauts at the
yeah.
end of the game, right?
Titan, the Steam, the link to the Steam page is in the description, so feel free to add it to your wish list. I believe the game goes on sale sometimes, and it's already like
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
cheap. So
Um, yeah, take care,
yeah,
Titan.
see ya.
But the the ending with the other astronauts, I think it's an amazing little statement in the same fashion that I was referring to, right? Because who, like, again, a little bit of spoilers, but those aren't the astronauts.
Yeah.
Those are your memory of the
Well,
astronauts.
yeah. I mean, they're all speaking English.
Yeah. um, well, or whatever language we speak.
Yeah.
Uh,
Parthian.
yeah, but they are your memories of them, not the real thing.
Yeah.
Um, but that, the fact that they are as important to the eventual true proper ending of the game as they are, right?
Mm.
Because you can technically finish the game and leave out certain people. You have the option to leave out certain people from that ending.
Music's not going to be
Especially
as
with the
good, but
DLC.
yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
But it's that you say the music's not going to be good, and it's that tapestry of life, right?
Mm.
I'm going to again use some of the words of another YouTuber, but you choose to paint pigment onto life's canvas, your life's canvas. The pigments that you choose are defined by the people and the interactions you have in life. So don't choose gray.
Mm-hmm.
Blue is a sad color, yes, but it's one of the shortest wavelengths in the rainbow. It's one of the shortest things. You don't have to be sad long if you spend time with others.
Yeah.
Because that's what we're here for, right? We're here for each other. Yeah. Just as much as we are for ourselves.
Yeah. I think as you said it during the stream, is that sometimes it can just just be about us as people. Doesn't always have to be
being people.
Yeah, people being people.
Yeah.
And feldsparring.
Indeed. And gabbroing.
Yes.
And chirting. Hopefully not too much chirting.
Yeah.
But chirting.
and even
Ryback.
And even being a stranger.
And trying to be there for Esker, right?
Yep.
Because nobody should be alone.
Yeah. It's just, yeah. And I think that's the great thing about this, is that it is like you said, it shows a very important outlook to have when having these kinds of existential realizations, is the fact that because everything is going to end, we're all going to die one day, doesn't have to change anything, doesn't have to change that we still care about each other, doesn't have to it's not like anything that it's not like that really changes anything about how you were living, how you chose to live your life before you knew that all that was the case, or before you began thinking about all those kinds of things. And if anything, it can be more liberating, relieving in a way, to know that you have this kind of freedom to be this way and just live life that way.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably where we're gonna call it.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we, I am sure we could go on for ages and ages.
Oh, for sure. I mean, considering we haven't even gotten into the spoiler stuff. To anyone who may still be there, thank you very much for listening, and I'm so glad that we haven't gotten into any of the major spoilers. Please go play Outer Wilds. It is a fantastic game. Ion, it was equally fantastic having you on, and I mean it. I would love to have you back on sometime. Maybe talk about Warhammer stuff with some of my other Warhammer friends, the few that I have.
Sure.
All right, and with all that, the rest of you guys have an excellent night, and stay platinum as I try to find the end stream. But there it is.